meeting to order. Any items from the public? Yes, sir. Please come forward and state your name.
Morning. My name is Eric Lewis. I'm a local certified public accountant, have offices in Charlestown and Martinsburg, and I appreciate you allowing me to address you today. The reason I'm here today is to request that the Berkeley County Council approve of, or at a minimum not object to, medical cannabis businesses operating within the county. Several other counties have already approved medical cannabis businesses. Kanawha, Greenbrier, Raleigh, Fayette, Summers counties have all approved. I'm sure there are others. Those are just the ones that I've found in news articles. Your neighbors in Jefferson County approved unanimously last Thursday not to object to medical cannabis businesses, and the city of Charlestown approved unanimously this past Monday not to object to medical cannabis businesses. I'm currently working with a group that's planning to apply for medical cannabis grow, process, and dispense licenses. There are 3 separate licenses under the 2017 West Virginia Medical Cannabis Act. We are hoping to win a license for a medical cannabis dispensary in Martinsburg, outside of city limits is where our potential location is, but that's what we're hoping. So under the law, each county and or municipality that has any type of medical cannabis applicant within their jurisdiction is required to decide whether or not they would object to medical cannabis businesses within the city or county. Now, I'm not an attorney, I'm just a country CPA, but that's how I read the ordinance. I'm sure you'll get guidance on that. All the applicants must also include what the code calls a zoning certificate with their application, basically showing the medical cannabis board that the use is allowed for the location that they're submitting. In Jefferson County with zoning, that matters a lot because the whole county is zoned. In the city of Charlestown, it's zoned. So that is now in Jefferson and Charlestown, that's not an issue anymore, so because they've not objected to it. In counties without zoning, it's not as much of an issue, but it does create a complication because medical cannabis isn't generally listed in anyone's ordinances, so there could be confusion in the planning office. In Jefferson County, their attorney called the Medical Cannabis Board, and he spoke at their meeting, and he said that they told him that if the county just didn't say anything, that they would deem that to be not objecting, and they would proceed considering an application. If the county commission objected to the use, then they would probably, I guess, not issue any licenses in that county. Now, the application period opened on December 18th, and the deadline is February 18th. So you can imagine that tight time frame puts a constraint on all the applicants. I'm sure we're not the only company applying. I've heard that all the big national cannabis companies are looking at West Virginia. Our entity is just a small company out of Maryland with a national connections and scope, but we're not one of the big nationals. Basically, Berkeley County, as we all know, is a shining star of economic development in West Virginia. As you all know, because you have experience with economic development, businesses strive for certainty. They can't build uncertainty into their plans necessarily, especially with the dollar amounts and the man hours and the person hours involved in these applications. A grow application is separate from a process application and is separate from a dispense application. A grow application requires a $5,000 non-refundable fee and a $50,000 refundable fee. But the code says we don't know how long it's going to take us to give it back to you if you don't win. Process, $5,000 application, $50,000 refundable fee. Again, they say we don't know how long it's going to take us to give it back to you if you don't win. Dispensary is $2,500 and $10,000. So we're talking about large dollar amounts here. These are extensive applications, take a ton of time to put together. You've got to submit plans for your building, security plans. It's incredibly well regulated. And so these businesses need that kind of certainty. So what I'm hoping today is that you will consider this later today and actually at least not object. So that the businesses, including ours, that are planning to apply for Berkeley County can have that certainty and proceed. I've also heard that it may be considered that one of your options would be to put it on a countywide referendum. I would highly recommend you don't do that, because the deadline, again, is February 18th. So if this council today were to say you're going to put it on a referendum, I would imagine that pretty much would kill any application in Berkeley County. I can't imagine anyone's going to put that money up and go to all the time to submit everything with the idea that they'd be rolling the dice on a countywide referendum. It's actually the first I've ever heard countywide referendum mentioned anywhere in West Virginia on this. All the other counties have at least not objected. Some have actually gone a step further and passed a resolution saying we welcome these businesses in their county. Now, I personally believe that medical cannabis can help people with a wide range of ailments. But West Virginia medical cannabis law is very strict with regard to which ailments apply. The law defines serious medical condition, and I actually printed it out here. Serious medical condition is a list of very specific ailments. We're talking cancer, ALS, MS, Parkinson's, Crohn's, severe chronic and intractable pain. You won't find cataracts, and you won't find any mental health issues on this list. These are all, not that those aren't serious, those are all very serious, but these are all incredibly serious, grave, and in many cases terminal diseases. Research shows that these things can help. Anecdotally, I can tell you that our dispensary operation in Maryland, if you happen to watch the video that I submitted of the Today Show appearance from 2 weeks ago, you saw the story of a woman who had incredible pain, couldn't get out of bed, and was addicted to opioids. And when the Maryland law passed, she got a prescription for medical cannabis. She came in, she got off of opioids. She got out of bed to the point where she actually is employed at our Maryland dispensary right now. It's a great story. The other thing to remember with cannabis is that it's highly engineered. There are strains that have incredibly low THC, which is the compound in the cannabis that makes someone high, but has high compounds of other types, where you could give it could be prescribed to a 10-year-old that has 100 seizures a day. And there are evidence in Colorado where these young people are not having seizures anymore, or they're maybe having one a day instead of 100. There's all kinds of evidence like that. This is incredibly regulated. This is not a shop where you can walk in and buy a pipe. They're all over the place, in the Eastern Panhandle right now. This is an incredibly well-regulated industry with high security. Seed to dispense is incredibly well-regulated, as it is in the other places. So, as a business owner in the county, someone with personal experience with family members who had cancer who benefited from this, I personally request that you at least not object to these uses in Berkeley County. To me, it would be a shame, because there's almost a certainty that someone will get a dispensary license issued in Jefferson County. It's almost a certainty, right? It would be a shame if the segment of this 110,000 people that live in Berkeley County that could benefit from this couldn't get it here. It'd be a shame if they had to drive to Jefferson County. It's going to happen. 33 states, including the District of Columbia, all allow this use, and so it'd just be a real shame if it wasn't allowed in Berkeley County. So again, as the applications are due February 18th, time is of the essence. I very much appreciate your time and consideration. I know this is not something it's typical for you to deal with. It's complicated, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oates.
Thank you.
Need a motion to anyone else from the public? Need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda for Thursday, February the 6th, if there's no changes or modifications.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions for Tracy on the purchase order? If not, we'll be moving on to the internal budget revision. Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir. I have 3 internal budget revision requests for the council's consideration, all from Mr. Gary Wine, Deputy County Administrator, pertaining to Department 428 Information Technology. First request is Mr. Wine's requesting that line 341, supplies and materials, be decreased by $5,000. Current unencumbered fund balance is $254,380.19 with 46.82% spent to date. And increase line 240, travel by $5,000. That account currently has a deficit balance of $450.97. The next two requests actually are related to one of the items on your purchase order log. On page 12, there's a payment to the Davenport Group for $43,758.21. The Davenport Group is the software firm that we are working with for the implementation of the Llama software for planning and engineering. So we're starting to make payments to them as we get closer to the trial and implementation dates. The next two requests, Mr. Wine is requesting, the first request is that he be allowed to decrease line 341, supplies and materials, by $75,000 and increase line 453, software, by $75,000. That line currently has a deficit balance of $16,777.27. The next request is...
Well, wait a minute. He's gonna decrease supplies and materials by 75,000. I don't know what the budget line item there is. That's a pretty significant decrease.
Well, as I mentioned in the previous request, that currently has an unencumbered fund balance of $254,380.19.
Right.
And as we get the reimbursements, if you recall, we just did state budget revision last year or last week. When we get the payments for IT services, we put it in supplies and materials, and then we distribute it throughout the budget through internal budget revision. So there is adequate funding for that request. The last request, Mr. Wine's requesting that he be allowed to reduce line 456, capital outlay, by $30,000. That account currently has an unencumbered fund balance of $30,000, and again increase software by $30,000, which has a deficit balance.
Any questions from Mr. Davis? All right, we have a change in status received from Eddie Gookin, our fire chief, for Ryan Glester. He is going from a 40-hour to a 56-hour employee with an annual salary of going from $38,882 to $44,850 effective February 8th, 2020. Any questions on that?
And this will backfill the Safe Grant vacancy that existed in Baker Heights.
Okay. We have minutes from January 23rd, 2020. Everyone was present. Any changes or corrections? County council calendars. We will be here this afternoon at 2 p.m. for board of review, equalization. Next Tuesday on the 11th, we'll be here again at 2 o'clock. And on Thursday of next week on the 13th, we'll be here at 9:30 a.m. here in the room, and come at 2 p.m. for board of review and equalization. Any questions on that county council calendar?
Mr. President, if I may, 2 weeks from today, on February the 20th, is your last scheduled day of budget hearings. It's also your last scheduled day, although we've left some open dates, but your last formally scheduled date to sit as the Board of Review and Equalization. If you recall, the budget timeline that you adopted back in September, the elected department heads and elected officials are currently on the agenda to come in on Thursday, March 5th, to discuss your budget allocation to them. What we typically do is set aside 2 days of workshops between the last day of budget hearings and the day that we have scheduled for the department heads and electeds. Was wondering if the council would be agreeable to workshops on Monday the 24th and Tuesday the 25th.
Thanksgiving, 24th.
24th and 25th. Are you out all that week, Mr. Whitaker?
What week is, Kim was out multitasking here a little bit.
It was the last week of February.
Last week in February. We could do it on Monday and Tuesday, the 2nd and 3rd.
I think we're gonna have to do it because it's not supposed to be far behind. It's gonna have to be one.
March 2 and 3 works with me.
And either one works for me.
2nd and 3rd. Okay. Schedule that, thank you.
Super Tuesday.
Beginning at 9:00 a.m. Fine. Days. Typically, we don't-
Typically, the second day is just a little bit more.
typically it's just a half a day, but we'll schedule full days on the 2nd and 3rd. Yeah, that Penny. Okay, thank you.
All right. We also have a bond release for Panhandle Builders and Excavating, Bridle Creek Phase 2, file number 062-06. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. We also have a bond reduction for Dan Ryan Builders, Macaulay Crossing Townhouses, phases 1, 2, and 3, lots 1 through 84. Serenity number 017170727. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions for Dirk?
Did I slip through the council calendar there?
What?
Council calendar and board commission calendar.
We'll go back and do that. Tomorrow we have, I just want to make sure I didn't say that she's going to be on the radio tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
WEPM. Monday the 10th.
I get 10 minutes there.
Monday the 10th at 2 p.m. LEPC, 4 p.m. Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority, 5 p.m. Water District, 6 p.m. Airport Authority, 6 p.m. Farmland Protection. Tuesday on the 11th, 2 p.m. Central Dispatch. Wednesday the 12th, 9:30 a.m. Development Authority, 6 p.m. Roundhouse. Thursday the 13th at 6:30 p.m. Fire Board. Any changes or corrections on those? Go back, there's no questions for Dirk on the bond reduction and bond release. If not, ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
President, I move we approve the consent.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. Presidente. I had the West Virginia University Extension Service Committee meeting this week, and the employees gave a program review, and I must say they've been very busy expanding programs and talking about rehiring at the Extension Health, like home ec, get that back, which was somewhat in doubt. And it was a good meeting. I enjoyed it. And then, of course, review and equalization, that was always exciting.
All right, Ms. Law.
I've got a couple things going. The Matthews Foundry got back to me on the cost of the restoration of the Doughboy. And those figures came in for the repair of the Doughboy is 12,000 and some change, and the repair on the bronze plaques is about 10, so it's around 23,000. Now I'm working with Haymakers to come up with a cost of taking it apart, et cetera, so we get a final.
Who gave you the quote on it?
Huh?
Who gave you the quote on it?
Matthews Bronze out of Pittsburgh. It's the one that the local cemeteries and everybody use for restoration on bronze. It's a reputable company. So got part of it. Now if I get up to the next one, and then we need to think about moving it to Steve Catlett for the fundraising days there, so. That was the main, thing that was going on this week. I was working with the Irish Festival, a lot of things coming up, a lot of good things there with the Roundhouse, March 28th. I got a notification from the Department of Education that there's a representative from the state, U.S. Department of Education going to be at the Boys Club tomorrow between 3 and 4:30. So for a presentation for the 21st Century Community Learning Center. The bridge project is moving along, doing really well. I did not get to that meeting. Some other things. On to the next.
In the 81 group.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Winiger.
Yes, so I had planning commission meeting on Monday. There was several public hearings. One was the most contentious, was expansion of Clary Grove facility. The parking lot, the stormwater issues in that area. We wanted to make sure that those items go public in their design, and which I felt was very good, well received, but yet there's still going to have to be a lot of due diligence done in that area. The Verizon Wireless is on the implement wireless towers in the Creek Valley area along the ridge, so.
All right. Elliot?
I did not attend any board meeting.
Board and commission vacancies. Any activity there?
I believe we have a new application received from Lindsay Hash for the Criminal Justice Board,
Want to come in for interview?
and she's done that before.
Yes, sir. If the council will recall, you interviewed Ms. Heish a year or so ago for the Criminal Justice Board. She's actually the victim witness coordinator for the prosecuting attorney's office. Perfect for that board. But at the time of her application and interview last time, previous time, she was a resident of Jefferson County, not eligible for appointment. She has now relocated to Berkeley County and is still very much interested in serving on that board, so I recommend it.
Would we need to re-interview her?
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, unless you guys see a purpose to.
I don't.
I don't know, not because she's already in a position where she knows firsthand knowledge of the work position.
Yeah, I mean, we've already
Yeah.
talked to her about that.
Owner?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for it.
I'll second it.
Motion been made, seconded. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Carries. Other activity on board. All right, Ms. Mall?
Alex, want to step up here, sir? Tell these folks where you go to school, what you plan on doing, what activities you like.
My name is Alex Alvarez. I'm the student council president of the 8th grade at Martinsburg South Middle School. I've been playing lacrosse for 8 years, so that's always a main hobby for me.
Sounds good. Do you have any interest in any particular area academically?
Engineering, mostly, probably aerospace engineering is what I've been looking towards, but I'm not super sure yet.
Well, there's,
Denver Rebels in school.
well, then there's gonna be a Space Force too, you know, a lot of opportunities, Alex. You'll be in your age grouping is the right location. Right, raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Alex,
You swear and affirm. I will uphold the Constitution of the United States and West Virginia.
United States and West Virginia,
That I will work hard and fulfill responsibilities
don't work hard
of the office of honorary council member,
for the office of
which I have been appointed. So help me God.
All right, next on our agenda, we have an interview for board and commission vacancy. Grace Vass, candidate for senior service board. Ms. Grace, would you like to come up to the podium and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to serve?
Well, I've been very blessed, so I like to give back to my community.
Okay.
I've been active with the senior center, have done worked on several committees in my neighborhood, which is Honeywood. I've served as chairman on that. Been there for 40 years. Have worked as a volunteer at the hospital and now serve on the auxiliary hospital. At St. Bernadette's Church, serve on the social concerns committee. So I did have a career in real estate for about 20, no more than that. I was a broker manager here in Martinsburg. So
Sound like you're pretty busy.
I enjoy it.
And we all do. The busier we are, it seems like we thrive on that.
Oh, yeah. But my grandchildren come first. I do a lot with my family.
Yeah,
That's priority.
That is priority.
always,
Mhm.
always. All right, well,
A couple of us up here can say the same thing.
Right.
absolutely. So, Mr. Barnhart, you have any questions for Ms. Vass?
Do you have any thing that you want to see the senior center do, or you think it's being perfectly run at the present time? Or?
I think since Amy has taken over, it has really been running like a top.
Oh.
So. Really active with senior team. Having it on the center. And very active. No, I think they're doing a great job. I think it's I like all the classes they have to offer. They do a fine job, I think. And I've been serving on the Development Fund Committee for that for several years.
We'll sell you the building at a very good price.
In great shape.
Yeah.
It's always something that we torment people with. Ms. Vaughn?
First of all, Miss Grace and I go back several years.
Many.
Many.
Just a couple, Ms. Vaughn.
Well, her daughter was one of my gymnasts,
Uh-huh.
Right.
way back, and also a student. And I have always appreciated, since I've been involved with the senior services, her family and everybody else has been strong supporters of Friday night at the races and all kinds of events. And she's been there when they needed some help, and we've got, particularly with her developments, things have just expanded and been doing really well. And I want to thank you for applying. Ms. Grace. Thank
Oh,
you
you're
very much.
welcome. Amy recommended that I do this. And I gotta say, we sold 100 tickets for the senior tea, and I sold like 80. So I like that event.
Good. So you're sold out?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It sells out.
Yeah.
She said that with confidence, like, what would you expect? Anything
Yeah,
else?
exactly.
She sold 58 of them, though.
And I've got most of the donations also from the business.
Sounds like you're an overachiever.
I like what I do.
Well, she sold for a living, right?
Oh yeah.
Sold real estate for a living, right?
Yeah.
These tickets are, minor detail when it comes to big houses and stuff. She can-
Yeah. Mr. Whitaker?
I haven't been in business though for, oh my gosh, almost 20 years. When my grandson was born, and my husband retired. I'm alone with the baby, so.
Come on now, us man, we're good at that.
What? Staying
Watching the
alone?
grandbabies.
Well, I was jealous.
That's the real reason. Mr. Whitaker?
I don't have anything to ask, but other than to say thank you for your willingness to give back to the community.
Oh.
It sounds like that we're a little bit behind getting here to begin with. So.
Yeah,
I have to say the same thing. Sounds like you're a great fit and well deserving member of that board. So I think especially if Amy recommended you to come, I don't know why we would think any different.
All right. I mean, same with me, Ms. Bass. It seems like you're very active and you want to continue to give back to the community. You'd be a great fit. So we don't appoint anybody typically during the interview. Ms. Malk is the liaison on that board, so we'll have any vacancies.
Yes, sir, we do.
I'm sure that we'll have to see some activity here before long.
Okay,
Thank you so much for being
thank
here.
you.
Next on our agenda is Annette Petrie, fiduciary supervisor of state accounts of month of February. Good morning, Ms. Petrie. Still 39 counts?
Yes,
Okay.
nothing can change.
Other than you're a little more prepared today than you were the other day.
Well, I don't know, I hope so, but I've been rushing around all morning and the office is really busy and Janet's out sick, so I hope I am. We would like to present 39 estates for final approval. No interims this month and no hearings. We're not requesting any hearings this month. So the estates that we're looking to settle are the estate of Rosemary Adams, Michael Darwin Branner, Dolores Ann Brown, Boyd Butts, Gary Curtis Coulter, also known as Gary Coulter, Anna M. Crow, also known as Anna Mae Crow, Sarah Beth Underdog Dove, Marilyn A. Betty, Larry Edgar Frame, Ann Elizabeth Garrett, Eugene Philip Gentry Sr., Gloria Ann Green, also known as Gloria Green, Dennis Ray Harrison, Mitchell Lee Heck, Catherine Francis Holbrook, Irvin H. Force, Helen Jean Housley, Jean Virginia May Kajak, also known as Virginia J. Kajak, Charles Albert Leatherman, also known as Charles A. Leatherman, Mary Ellen Leitner, also known as Mary H. Leitner, Kenneth Ray Littleton, William Aaron Mitchell Jr., Charles Harvon Myers Jr., also known as Charles Avron Myers, Barbara Louise Palmer, Amber Scott Rind, also known as A. Scott Rind and Scott A. Rind, Arlene Elizabeth Rogers, Judith Salvetti, Mary Linda Shanholtz, Robert Leo Simpson, Brian Patrick Smith, Larry J. Stamets, Joan Marion Stobbs, Gladys M. Stevens, Ruby M. Stauffer, Clifford Gerald Stricker, Lonnie Scott Walling, also known as Lonnie S. Walling, Alice Catherine Welsh, Mildred Marie Welty, and Janice Lorraine Whit.
All right, any questions for Annette on the accounts?
Mr. President, I have to be abstain, just, you want me to leave the room or just abstain? Because I was associated with one of the estates.
I think you could abstain when the vote's taken,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Any other question? I don't see a signature page for me.
I know, I've got it in my hand.
All right, need a motion to approve the 39 estate accounts.
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
I abstain.
There you go, Ms. Patrick. You have a wonderful day.
See you.
You don't have it, you said you don't have any estates to schedule, right? Hearings?
Hearings?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, looks like the football team is not here yet, and we're running early. We don't have anything with Mr. Dave's on, so. I guess we'll take a break until the football team gets here.
I want to take pictures to Mr. Alex.
Yeah, but then we're gonna have to take a break again for the high school. All right, long break.
No. These guys are still taking so long to get back to school. Waiting on you, Penny.
All right, we're back in session. Next on our agenda is to recognize Martinsburg High School football team as state champions for 2019. Congratulations once again, gentlemen. It's 8 out of 10 years, if my math is correct, that you've taken the championship. Coach Walker and all the coaches and each and every one of you have done a wonderful job in making Berkeley County and Martinsburg High School stand out in the state of West Virginia. I know that Big Red and Parkersburg used to be the dominant team years ago, and I'm glad that they're no longer there. All right, so congratulations once again to each and every one of you. What you do on the football field will carry throughout your whole life. Being leaders, working as a team, and you'll find that out when you are older and have a wife, children, grandchildren one day, like many of us up here. You always work as a team and you'll get things accomplished. When you work as an individual, it makes it like that much harder. So from the President of County Council, I'd like to congratulate each and every one of y'all for your success on the football field, which will lead to success throughout your whole life. Mr. Barnhart?
Well, I've been doing this since 2013, and it seems like every year we get to do one of you guys. And yeah, that's a great thing. Remember how you delivered that can of whoop ass to the state of West Virginia. And remember, you're all brothers. So keep up the good work.
Ms. Vaughn?
Well, as an educator, a big issue today is people have to work together, and it's teamwork, and that's where it got you to the state championship repeatedly. And don't forget, as he said, all of you are brothers, and you can count on normally members of your team, and you know who to call and who needs help, where you need help, even out in life when you get out and start, as the President said, taking care of your family as you grow older. So good luck to all of you, and keep up the good work.
Whitaker?
The only thing I can say is that it's a wonderful opportunity as an elected official to do things like this. And you think as many times as we've done it, we would already know your names by heart. But I hope you all said in alphabetical order, because it'll make my job a lot easier when I start calling out your all's names. But
Yeah, good luck with that.
Good luck with that. Okay. Well, again, thank you all so much for honoring Berkeley County and bringing us another victory home. Thank you.
Vice President Valier?
Thank you once again. I think this is one of the real pleasures that I have of being a county councilman is being able to do this every year. This will be my last year at the county, so hopefully next year I'm running for mayor. Hopefully next year I'll be able to do the same in the city of Martinsburg and welcome you guys there and congratulate you again. They talk about brothers and teamwork here, and you guys are all part of a group that you will spend the rest of your lives being part of that group, and that group is going to be the movers and shakers in Berkeley County and Martinsburg for years to come, and you guys are the ones that are going to make that happen. So, don't think short term, think long term, and you guys will all have the benefit of the brotherhood that you have right now to help you move your ideas and your efforts forward for years to come. Congratulations.
The last thing I'll say is, other than asking if any of the coaches want to come up and speak at the time, is throughout your life, you'll have to make a decision whether you want to take the high road or the low road. The low road come with great consequences, okay? The high road will lead you to bigger and better things. If you happen to trip on your journey, pick yourself back up and get back on the high road. I guarantee you're going to be faced with that decision. Right? And if you see one of your teammates, friend, family members, or a friend, anybody at all, tripping over that curb, don't be afraid to reach out and pick them up. All right? It's going to happen. It's probably already happened in the school. But remember, we are strong because we stick together. Any coaches would like to speak at this time? No? Not then we'll come out front and start recognizing each and every player and coach. I can take my glasses off, can I, Jim?
Yeah, because you're going to make me read them. So I get to butcher everybody's name up again this year?
You did quite well, my friend. Did you learn nothing last year?
No, I didn't learn anything last year. Or no, maybe you all did, but giving me these to pass out.
You did such a fine job.
Alex Allball. How's your back? Jared Bowie. Dominic Breckner. Camden Breckner. A. Brown. These are all the easy names and you're not here. Alec Brown. Quentin Brown. Not here. Jonas Burton. Ecopina. Chris Catlett.
And these guys all had good handshakes, so I want you to grab that hand and say,
Seth Chadwick.
good handshakes.
We used to use shirt grip. Still use shirt grip out there? Was that illegal to use? Take the tape, run back. Hudson Clement. Real good. Hayden Prater. Hayden Curry. Neil Jesus. Cameron Irving. Owen Coffin. Amy Perry. Donovan Lacey. Randy Long. Isaac Levy. Amber Lucas. Ty Lucas.
I don't know that.
Teddy Marshall.
No, he's a kicker, Jim.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Teddy Marshall.
Kick off.
Bryce Morris. John Nielsen. Raphael Taylor. Barodi. Justin Petrie. Richard Ramirez. Zachary Reel. Kyle Roberts. Braxton Reunion. Runyon. Well, I was thinking about down south. All families. Isaiah. Selman. Damian Schaefer. Trent Sherman. Trey Simon. Christian Slack. Jordan Spencer. Anthony Smith. Thorne Smith. Gavin Austin Stevens. That's Catherine's grandson. Josh Thurston.
And they've been married.
Braxton Todd. Michael Turner. Ty Walker. Tom Moore. Zion Watson. Brian West. Stephen Williams. Josh Woodford. Jake Zittle. Jacob. Coach Walker. They want to set the board.
Coaches and support staff, most of us are here, and so we do that.
Kevin Allen. Ash. Buddy Hudson. Kevin James. Jake.
Good old Kevin.
Graduated together. Yeah. Chuck Lynch. Six probably. Mark. Walsky. Ryan Potts. Pete Roach. Brett Sherman. Mike Lemon. Kip Shouts. Mark. Harper. Alderton. Al Triggs. Rick Cooper. Mark Jenkins. Bree Steely. Cameron Beach. Leo. Bearclaw. Essen. Big old thing. Hey, I got a question. How many's coming back next year if we graduate?
Wait a second, how many's coming back next year? Raise your hand, come over. Yeah. All right. All right, everybody come up, we'll take photos. Then you go home. Yeah, you got my
Are you staying or are you going? If she's probably going out.
You can't find your lady to have lift up their shoe. You're stuck in the box.
So what if we use
We are, we'll take a picture, looking over the trail. We'll go down below, take a picture, we'll be right back.
Yeah, he said we're gonna do something out here first.
I can take you on break.
Hey, Chad, and Matt, we're gonna take a
Thank you,
picture
yes,
down here,
thanks so
atrium
much.
down here. So you guys can stand up on top and look down on us instead of trying to get the cameras up.
Sounds good.
session, next on our agenda is an appeal of homestead property tax exemption, determination, and it's Michael Keene. Mr. Keene, please come to.
Can I just say something? I'm waiting for Larry. Larry's gonna do.
Oh, okay. All
He's
right.
late.
I know, I am still in the middle of copying. I've got somebody watching the copier right now. Copier.
I guess we'll stay seated for a couple minutes.
I'm waiting for Larry because I'm the copying.
All right.
We waited all this time for you and you were just doing copy?
I'm a jack of all trades.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, we turn the mic back.
I don't remember if we had it.
Session and back up and running. So this next agenda item is appeal of homestead property tax exemption determination for Michael Keene. Mr. Keene, if you want to come forward, and we will have you sworn in. Look, Penny will swear you in. Go ahead, Mr. Keene, you want to present your case at the podium, please?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to have a chair, or you?
No, actually, I'm
Okay.
just as long as I'm standing in one position.
All right.
Esteemed members of the board, thank you for hearing my case today. On the disabled homestead property exemption for 100% permanent veteran status. I received obviously a rejection from the Berkeley County Assessor's Office regarding this request on my part. The reasons why they declined to grant this homestead exemption was they said that I must not engage in any substantial gainful activity. They cite the West Virginia Code 11 Tac 6 Bravo Tac 4 subsection Bravo, which requires one of several forms of documentation and support for the claim. And also on the third paragraph of their statement, they say that I would be making substantially more than $1,220 per month, which is what they have determined as minimal income for Social Security disability purposes. I disagree with this because if we take a look into the statute itself, into the definitions, or actually more specifically into 11 Tac 6 Bravo Tac 4 subsection Bravo, it says, and I quote, each claim for exemption based on the owner being permanently and totally disabled shall include one of the following forms of documentation in support of such claim. And then it goes on to list the whichever form of disability you would like to, or form that you would like to show that you have 100% total and permanent. And subparagraph 5 is, quote, a written certification signed by the Veterans Administration certifying that a person is totally and permanently disabled. So the way that the way that it was explained to me, or at least the way that I have interpreted the explanation from the assessor's office, is that because it says a person is totally and permanently disabled from the VA, that I must therefore follow the definition under 11 TAC 6 Bravo TAC 2 subsection 6, quote, permanently and totally disabled means a person who is unable to engage in any substantial gainful activity, by reason of any medically determinable physical or mental condition which can be expected to result in death, or which has lasted or can be expected to last for a continuous period of not less than 12 months. Substantial gainful activity. So the assessor's office, because it's not stated anywhere here in the statute that Social Security shall be the definition of substantial gainful activity, they presume that Social Security, $1,220 per month, must be the limit that a disabled veteran can receive. However, if we take a look at VA's own pay schedules for 100% permanent and total disabled, a veteran with spouse and child at the 100% rate makes $3,406.04 per month. This is far above the Social Security amounts. So by the county assessor's office, every veteran who is 100% permanent and total disabled is disqualified automatically, whether it be a scheduler or whether it be a individual unemployability, because there's two types of 100% T&P. There's the one that's scheduler, means you have enough disabilities stacked up on top of one another to meet that 100% rate, or the veteran applies for a 100% rating based on their own inability to work, to which then they are granted the pay at the 100% total and permanent rate, which would make it $3,406.04, plus Social Security disability on top of that. According to the county assessor, even individual unemployability, based on the way that they assess this, would be ineligible. The other part here is that the assessor's office is saying that myself, as a disabled veteran who's been deemed permanently and fully disabled by the Veterans Administration under federal statutes, must now meet the state statute definition of permanent and total. This is not a correct interpretation of how laws are seen here in the United States. VA definition of permanent and total disability, as per 38 Code of Federal Regulations, section 3.340 Bravo, has already been defined. And I do have this written out in my original letter. I don't presume anyone would like me to reread this, but point being, there is no mention of employability, unemployability capability. It just simply provides the federal definition of permanent total disability. The U.S. government has already defined this. West Virginia cannot. They cannot supersede the federal statutes. So by West Virginia saying, under its own 11 TAC 6 Bravo TAC 2 subsection 6, permanently total disabled, is fine and great for someone who's not already bound by the 38 CFR. And as a disabled veteran, my definition, the definition that the Veterans Administration uses to define permanent and total disability for myself is not based on West Virginia statute. It's based on that federal statute. And so I asked the board here to reject the assessor's office interpretation of the homestead property tax exemption, because while the permanent and total disabled definition is fine for those persons who are permanently and totally disabled, it doesn't cover those who have already been defined under federal statute. Yeah, organize my notes here real quick. So, in summary, the legislature includes no economic means test. Merely one single eligible documentation is needed as stated under 11.6 Bravo Tac 4. And if a means test is demanded, then every one of us, all 100% total permanent disabled veterans, scheduler or individual unemployability, are ineligible. I don't believe that our legislators down at the Capitol did not understand what the veteran or the VA administration's definition of total permanent disability is when they enacted and codified this West Virginia statute. They knew what they were doing. And so it should be a reasonable interpretation to see that if this VA definition or certificate asserting that this veteran is 100% total permanent disabled, then they interpret that they must follow the federal definition. And then lastly, of course, like I mentioned before, if West Virginia did attempt to force its own definition to supersede the CFR, it would, of course, be in violation of the U.S. Constitution, Article 6, Clause 2, the Supremacy Clause. But more importantly, those portions of this statute would have to be void for vagueness, because the intent of the legislators are not clear. But I disagree with that. I believe the interpretation or the intent of the legislators are clear in this definition, that they only required that a veteran have a written permanent and total disability form from the Veterans Administration, and that alone is requirement enough to satisfy the West Virginia homestead exemption requirement under West Virginia law. So with everything here, I do believe that my case has been made, has been satisfied, that because there's only one form of documentation needed, the federal statute supersedes the West Virginian statute. There's no mention of an economic means test, that I request to the City Council, to this distinguished board, that my request for homestead exemption be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Mr. King, let me ask you just a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
If I can, Mr.
Yes, sir.
You have certification from the VA.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's the date of that?
The date of that is 1 October, I believe. I'd have to go back and take a look.
Do we have a copy of that?
I gave a copy to the assessor's office.
Assessor's office has one.
Yes.
Was that 1919?
2019, yeah.
I mean, 20. Thank you.
Goes back a ways, doesn't
You're not as old as you look. Has the VA rescinded since it certified you permanently and totally?
No, sir. At this moment, I'm still 100% total permanent.
And has any doctor certified that you're not
No.
permanently?
I'm still permanent.
All right, that's all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you.
Mr. Hess, we'll ask for you to be sworn in, or anybody else that wants to give testimony.
Thank you. Nice form, too.
Mr. Hess.
Good morning.
just for clarification for Norwood's question on his rating from the VA, permanently and totally disabled, P&T. He's not permanently paid PTIU rating.
And where does,
Okay.
let
It's a
me
different
ask you,
rating.
let me ask
And
you,
I'll get into that in a minute if you want. It's a different rating, and that's part of our argument.
go ahead.
But at any rate, Tammy's typed up some, headlines here that I'm gonna just read off, and then I'm gonna kind of recap all this stuff. So, starting off, contrary to Mr. Keene's appeal submission, our decision to deny disability homestead has nothing to do with the amount of disability payments Mr. Keene receives from VA or will receive from VA. We're only concerned about the significant gainful activity. And what that means is if he's rated at 100% or 80% or 50%, that determines what amount of money that he will be receiving from VA. That's what VA's rating does. It'll rate you up to 100% and still allow you to work with a permanent and total rating. But that doesn't qualify you for homestead or anything that is described in 11.6B2, which I'll get into that in a minute. But
Is there, do you have a document from the VA that says if they rated a certain way, it doesn't qualify them to meet statutes that the West Virginia Code requires? I mean, that's kind of crucial if you're saying that's the argument. If you're saying that they have a rating that doesn't qualify them to meet state qualifications.
Yeah.
What do you think?
We do have that. We do have.
Where's that? Is that in this?
It's in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where at?
It should be in here. It's what it is. The permanent and total rating of 100% will allow you to work. The permanent PTIU rating allows you that you cannot work.
Okay, but
That's
there's
the
no,
rating,
but
and,
there's,
and we have that in here.
but if I'm looking at the code right here, it doesn't state either one of those. All it says is that it requires a permanent and total disability.
Okay, let me finish this here. We'll
Okay.
get into that.
A little distracting, so I might forget.
That's all right. That's all right. West Virginia Code 11.6B2 states, permanently and totally disabled means a person who is unable to engage in any substantial gainful activity by reason of any medically determinable physical or mental condition which may or which can be expected to result in death, or which has lasted or can be expected to last for a continuous period of not less than 12 months. To be considered permanently and totally disabled, West Virginia Code requires a person to be unable to engage in any substantial gainful activity. Accordingly, I believe that the only way to determine if a taxpayer is engaged in any substantial gainful activity would be to ask for that information from the taxpayer. Since West Virginia Code 11.6B2.6 states that someone should not be engaged in substantial gainful activity, our office looked for a definition of substantial gainful activity. Further, while West Virginia Code provides no income test, Social Security defines substantial gainful activity currently as gross income over $1,220 per month. That's in Exhibit 3. West Virginia Code uses almost the exact same definition for disability as the Social Security website uses, Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 4. On the attached page obtained from Social Security, Exhibit 4, it states the law defines disability as the inability to engage in any substantial gainful activity by reason of any medically determinable physical or mental impairment which can be expected to result in death or which has lasted or can be expected to last for a continuous period of not less than 12 months. Therefore, it would seem reasonable that if the West Virginia legislature followed almost precisely the definition used by Social Security for disability, West Virginia Code would also follow the same definition of substantial gainful activity, which at this time is $1,220 a month for 2019, Exhibit 3. Further, while the Social Security website acknowledges that both Social Security and VA pay disability benefits, their programs, processes, and criteria for receiving benefits are very different. A VA compensation rating of 100%, permanent and total, does not guarantee that you will receive Social Security benefits. To be found disabled, you must be unable to do substantial work because of your medical condition, and your medical conditions must have lasted or be expected to last at least 1 year or to the result in death. Again, it could be concluded that West Virginia set up the disabled homestead to follow closely with Social Security benefits if disabled. In doing research on substantial gainful activity for veterans, citation NR 1603218, Exhibit 5, was found on the internet regarding an appeal for a veteran, decision date 2/1/16, doctor number 727645. This document relates to a veteran's appeal of the Veterans Administration denying his request for a disability rating. The document states regulations do not provide a definition of substantially gainful employment. The United States Court of Appeals of Veterans Claims defined substantially gainfully employment as an occupation that provides an annual income that exceeds the poverty threshold for one person, page 2, Exhibit 5. The citation further mentions on page 3 U.S. Census Bureau poverty thresholds by size of family and number of children. That means the VA does have a rating for substantial gainful employment, and they don't follow the Social Security Administration's table that we have here. They have their own rating, and their rating is based on the poverty level, and depending on your income, your age, and how many people.
That's for VA benefits, right?
That's for
I mean, I'm not-
substantial gainful employment.
Right.
Okay,
To be
so that
eligible
means
for VA benefits, isn't that what he just said?
now they will that the table shows you that VA says their definition of substantial gainful employment cannot exceed the poverty level, and then for 2019 the poverty level is, I think it was
I think we're getting far afield here, because I don't think it matters what the VA says.
No, I agree with that.
Or what
I agree with
Social
that.
Security says.
I agree with
It
that.
matters what our code says.
I agree with that.
And you would agree with me, I assume, that the certifications that the people who decide, or entities who decide whether a person is gainfully, substantially, and gainfully employed are set forth in 1164. And those are a doctor of medicine could decide that. The Social Security Administration could decide that.
Right.
The Veterans Administration could decide that.
Yeah.
And with regard to Social Security and Veterans Administration, our law, the West Virginia law, does not distinguish between any different kinds of permanent and total disability. The rule says a written certification signed by the Veterans Administration certifying that a person is totally and permanently disabled. You agree with that?
Yes,
And
I agree with that.
and you're not holding yourself out as a physician who can determine either for the VA or for Social Security or just the general practitioner in town who might say that Mr. Keene is permanently and totally disabled. You're not holding yourself out as having authority to make that determination, are you?
No.
So, Mr. Keene has testified, and I think I heard you indicate that you had a copy of his letter of October, indicating that he's permanently and totally disabled. That's the form he's using. One of the forms that our legislature assumed in the law with regard to what our legislature does is that when they passed the law, the legislature understood what a VA certification was. They understood everything about it.
Okay.
But you have denied him because you have found, your finding is that he's not substantially and permanently disabled, that he's working or that he's making money. Our code doesn't talk about any level of compensation as meaning you don't meet that.
Yes, it does.
And no, our code doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Not in this statute.
Okay.
Does it?
Yes.
Where is it?
1162.
Doesn't say anything about compensation.
Yes, it does. It says you cannot have substantial gainful activity. Definition of that by Social Security is $1,220 a month.
But we agreed a minute ago. You and I agreed that Social Security rules don't mean it.
Or VA, the poverty level. That okay?
We agreed that those rules didn't apply here.
All right, let me just answer your question on 11.6 D6. My interpretation, or our interpretation, not just mine, this comes from the state tax department, Mr. Stiles, the legal team in Charleston, directing us how to handle this. It's not just not my opinion.
Well, they should be up here doing this.
Well, I agree. I'm just following the code as it's telling me how to follow it. And not only is this county following the code, we're following this procedure. There's several other counties in the state that's doing the same thing. There's a pile of them are doing that. And it's being directed by the state tax department. One of the things, if I can give you the difference in how 11.6b6 is interpreted, I think there is the problem. Because you're interpreting 11.6b4 for the claims of disability exemption. It says each claim for exemption based on the owner being permanently and totally disabled shall include one of the following forms of documentation in support of said claim.
Right.
Wait a minute. One. You have to have at least one of these to support your claim. Doesn't say that you only have to have one of these and that qualifies you. You have to have one of these in support of your claim. Now, that means that you have to refer back to 11.6b2 because you can't ignore that part of the code. It's a two-pronged test. In other words, you have to have one of these documents in support of your claim, but you also have to meet 11.6b2 that says you cannot have any substantial gainful activity. You have to meet both of those. You can't ignore 11.6b2. It's in the code. It's written in there.
My point, Mr. Hess, was that our code makes it clear that that's a medical determination, not a determination made by any assessor in this county or in this state, unless he's also a physician or otherwise able to speak as an agent of Social Security or the Veterans Administration. The definition section that you're reading from starts out, claimant, Mr. Keene, means a person who is either age 65 or older, or who is certified as being permanently and totally disabled, and who owns a homestead in this county that is used and occupied by the owner thereof exclusively for residential purposes. He meets
that. Yes, he does. He meets that.
And the legislature said, if the Veterans Administration says he is permanently and totally disabled, then he is permanently and totally disabled.
Exactly. I agree with that.
Whether you think he is or not.
Well, not that what I think. It's that he is permanently and totally disabled. He's rated that way with VA. He's rated that way probably by a doctor's, letter or whatever. That doesn't qualify him for homestead. VA rates you based on how much money you're going to collect. And he's rated as
VA rates you as either you're by a physician found to be permanently and totally disabled.
But they have a.
That's all that our legislature asked. It didn't ask anything about what money.
It does. It says that you cannot have substantial gainful activity.
Argue any further.
All right, so.
Yeah.
All right.
But.
We'll be here 12 months.
Well, I mean, if you would read this,
I have.
I'm sure you have. But when it says you have to have one of the following in support, it's a support information you need to support your claim. It's not the only thing you need to qualify for homestead. If it was, they would put in there that this is the only thing you need is one of these documents to qualify you for homestead. It does not say that. It is clear as a bell. You have to have one of these in support of your claim. Now you go back to 11.6b2. It also says you cannot have substantial gainful activity. You have to meet both of those criteria. It is the code. You can't deny it's in the code. It says that. It says that, plain and simple. So
it is plain and very simple.
So you're talking about definitions though, right?
No, I'm talking about the code. 11.6b2 says you cannot have substantial to qualify.
But that's a definition
for homestead. You cannot qualify for homestead if you have substantial gainful activity. Plain and simple. If you're working, and what Mr. King says that that would disqualify everybody. Well, if you're rated at 100% or whatever, and you get money from VA, that isn't included in qualifying you for homestead. This is gainful activity that you work over and above that. In other words,
who decides whether you're able to do that?
The VA gives you these ratings.
That's right.
Yeah.
A doctor.
And Mr. King only has a permanent and total rating.
Can you tell me what paragraph you're talking about?
He does not have
He's talking about
The IU rating,
He said 11.6B2
6B2
says that you don't qualify if,
The six, he's
Which
reading
definition?
subsection six
So
of
that
that
can't-
code. Permanently and totally disabled means a person who is unable to engage in substantial gainful activity by reason of any medically determinable physical or mental condition which can be expected to result in death, or which has lasted or can be expected to last for a continuous period of not less than 12 months.
but that's a definition of permanently and totally disabled that needs to be, that's for a doctor to
no,
qualify.
that's, you have
exactly
to,
right.
That's not.
you have to meet
That
that
doesn't
to
say
become
you, but it
homestead
doesn't say you
approved for
can't
homestead.
qualify.
Yeah, no,
No, it doesn't. It says that that's a definition.
Well,
it says you cannot
you know,
have,
I learned a long time ago that that people don't always agree,
yeah,
no matter how simple and clear the language is. I would recommend to the council that your two lawyers have looked at this. As good as the people in Charleston are, if your representation of what they're saying is accurate, I would suggest that they're wrong. And I would suggest that we could argue this all day. Andy Blake and I believe Mr. Keene has met all the criteria he's required to meet by our code to get the homestead exemption, which I think is $20,000 off
of the
value. And if the council agrees with Mr. Hess today, and Mr. Keene an appeal to circuit court. If the council agrees with my interpretation, I have an order prepared that says that you've agreed that assessor is incorrect and that the assessor has the right to appeal to the circuit court, and then on to the Supreme Court. Both of them would have that right. I would suggest to you that you need to take a vote, or we're going to be here all day.
All right. Okay, we have heard from all parties on the appeal for the homestead exemption for Mr. Keene. We have heard testimony from Mr. Keene, Mr. Hess, and our in-house legal counsel, and how both legal counsel, me and Andy Blake and Mr. Bentley, feels about the case. And so at this time, I will ask the county council for a motion, either accepting or that.
Mr. President, regarding the petition of Mr. Keene for review of his homestead property tax exemption, I move to accept the petition of his tax exemption awarding homestead exemption on his property, wherever it is.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, we have a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. President, in the past, I've had some, working on permanent and disability issues with my health issues. And what I found fascinating is that at the time, physically, I couldn't even touch my toes, bend over, do anything. My back was so far out of whack, I was totally gone there. And I was told at that point in time that, again, because you have an education, you don't need permanent disability. And I understand that these rules are supposedly, they think things look like cut and dry, and I know that in some cases, it talks about being able to be gainfully employed. Some of the rehab that they do with folks that are in disability and on permanent positions, they have them doing projects in order to regain their efficiency and effectiveness. So therefore, Mr. Keene could possibly actually be doing stuff in order to rehab himself, and we're looking to penalize him, and I think it's totally out of line. I've gone through this issue, and I totally support his opinion.
All right. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda is the appeal homestead property tax exemption determination for Anthony. Help me out there, Anthony.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. You need to be sworn in by Penny and
Yes, ma'am. Good day, council. Thank you for hearing my appeal. I initially received a letter from the county assessor back in November saying, well, we need to determine your continued eligibility for homestead. I'm a disabled veteran. I've been certified by the VA as totally and permanently disabled since 2013. I have been receiving homestead exemption for the last few years. So all of a sudden I get a letter in the mail back in November and I'm like, what is this? And it says, well, we got to know what your income is. So I called the office here. I spoke to two ladies and I questioned it. The one lady wasn't able to provide me any information. She passed me on to a supervisor. The supervisor said, well, the Social Security Administration says that if you make more than $1,200 a month, then we don't consider you permanently and totally disabled. And I'm like, well, where does that say that in the law? And she says, well, it's in the Social Security law. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. I mean, West Virginia is a sovereign state. I mean, I don't know if the county assessor has ever heard the term federalism. We are a federal system. So that means all the levels of government have their own exclusive spheres of influence and over their and the rules. The federal government has nothing to do. You know, Social Security Administration is an entity of the federal government. The federal government has nothing to do with property taxes. That's a state issue. And West Virginia has made the law on the state and who's qualified. Now, I heard Mr. Hess's argument, and it was laughable that you have to meet both. You know, we don't rule to a definition. We rule to what it says in the law. The definition is a guide to let us know, okay, what things mean. But my issue is, you know, under Mrs. Hess's logic is, as long as I'm not working and earning income, I could be a millionaire and qualify for the homestead exemption under his logic. But if I want to be a gainful person and try to be, you know, provide something to society and also for myself, I get penalized. Why? I mean, would you be happy if I sat home or do you have maybe some stereotype that a disabled person is somebody that's in a wheelchair with their head crooked and their tongue hanging out and they're drooling? Maybe you do, I don't know. But anyway, I refused to provide him the income he requested. And I provided a letter to him back in November 24th, and I even stated, if it's in the law, show me. And he was not able to do that. But he did send me a letter, and I will say it was sent on January 2nd, past the January 1st deadline to deny somebody homestead. He's saying, I'm going to deny, here it says, you have currently refused to provide your income, not required by the law, but you have indicated to two of my staff that you make a lot more than $1,200 per month. Well, you know, we don't judge by hearsay. I did try to call Mr. Hess back in November, and I left him a message because I wanted clarification when I got his first letter asking for income. Never bothered to return my call. So I did some research on this, and I think this is a power grab to the county assessors because the state is probably broke and they're trying to squeeze every nickel out of people. And they are, I mean, when I sent my letter to Mr. Hess, and I will read some of it to you, his response to me I'm gonna read this to you. Just please be patient. Okay, I'm responding to your 19th of November letter that I would furnish you, employment status, gross income, et cetera, et cetera. I reviewed the attached copy of the Virginia Code and I provided him a copy. For your convenience, I gave it to him. I found no language requiring me as a permanently and totally disabled person, as certified by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, which is mentioned in the West Virginia law, that I have to provide the Berkeley County or any state government any information regarding my employment status, gross income, or anything else. Additionally, I see no language in the law that an applicant employee status and or gross income is a requirement in the determination of benefits granted by the homestead exemption. Therefore, I respectfully decline to provide you such information. If I am wrong, please show me in the West Virginia Code where it states a person must provide the information you required in order to receive the homestead exemption benefits. Please provide me your legal justification for requiring me to provide such information to your office to determine continued eligibility for homestead exemption. So as I said earlier, I've already been receiving homestead exemption. This gentleman wants to revoke it. So this law has been in place for nearly 40 years. We changing the rules in the middle of the game?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
You said that you received a notice on January 2nd. Is that the date on the notice? Or is
The
that
date on the letter is, I have it here. It appears Mr. Hess tried to send me a copy, or a letter saying he wanted to revoke the homestead, but I had never received it. I got this in the mail on January 4th and I signed for it to the post office. But this letter is dated January 2nd, 2020. Enclosed is a copy of a letter mailed via certified mail last month. We have not received your notification from the United States Post Office that you received the letter. Thus, we have mailed it to you again. And then in there, I guess his original letter was dated 16 December. That's where he states, I want to revoke your homestead exemption because of hearsay. May I continue, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. I wrote in my response letter to him that the law clearly states in 11.6b.4b.5 that the only information I am required to provide the county assessor's office is a written certification by the Veterans Administration certifying that a person is permanently and totally disabled. I provided such information when I applied for the homestead exemption several years ago. Additionally, I attempted to provide you an update from the Department of Veterans Affairs affirming my continued permanent and total disability status. However, your office mailed the letter back to me. Your November 19 response letter to me awkwardly stated that the Department of Veterans Affairs does not determine whether you should receive disabled homestead exemption. I never claimed that the VA affirmed that. However, the Department of Veterans Affairs is the authorized agent per the West Virginia statute in determining one's disability status. I was verbally informed by the people in Mr. Hess's office when I called in November that you are looking at language in the Social Security Administration rules for receiving supplemental Social Security income or Social Security disability insurance, something I've never applied for. I've never applied for Social Security. The homestead exemption law does not reference nor provide any provision within the rules of the Social Security Administration. West Virginia law, and only that law, not the Social Security Administration, determines entitlement to homestead exemption. Furthermore, 11.6b-42 clearly states that a permanently and totally disabled applicant, myself, needs not refile unless there is a change of residence. I have not moved since I've lived in West Virginia. My residence has not changed since applying. And that's basically all I had to say on that. So, just a few other points here I want to make. The VA is the determining factor. The VA is the one that decides if you meet that definition of a disabled, totally disabled and permanent person. Okay? So it's kind of silly for you to say, well, you got this letter from the VA, but now you got to meet the definition. The VA is the one that tells you that you meet the definition in the West Virginia law. Also, I got some other documentation. This is from the Department of Motor Vehicles. This is a license. This is a sample of a license plate for a disabled, permanently and total veteran. I have one of these on my vehicle. There's a copy of it. It says I'm a disabled veteran. This top paper tells how you get that. Who is eligible to apply? Veterans with 100% total and permanent service-connected disability. The DMV considers me a disabled, permanently and total disabled veteran. Additionally, last year when I filed my state taxes, this is Schedule H. This is from my doctor at the VA. I got this last year because I was not under, I did not know, I just found out last year that as a permanently and total disabled veteran, you can get a break on your state taxes. Well, I found that out last year, and I had my doctor fill out this form, and I submitted it with my state taxes, and they gave me the rate for a permanently and total disabled veteran. In closing, I think I think what the assessor is doing, and I hate to say this, I think what you're doing is evil, sir. And you know, you're a public servant, and you're supposed to be looking out for the citizens. You took an oath to administer the law fairly and to be fair, but you're just looking for extra nickels. And the assessment, I only get $20,000 off of my assessment. I'm probably saving 50, 75, maybe $100. Are you that desperate for that money, sir?
And to keep your comments coming this way, please.
So, in conclusion, I hope I've proved my point to the board. I find it shameful that I had to come here and waste my time to argue something that is so plain as day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, I guess we'll ask for testimony from the assessor, and if it might be wrong in doing this, Mr. Bentley, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's pretty much the same testimony. I'm not so sure we need to hear the same thing over.
Is there anything different? I'm sorry?
We're still gonna submit information.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, I have highly respected the vets. I have nothing against vets. I take any vet out, my son-in-law for dinner on Veterans Day. I mean, I highly respect the vets, so I'm not against anybody that's on homestead, that's trying to get homestead. The money doesn't come to me. It's nothing that comes in my pocket. I'm not out to get any money for anybody. The only thing I have to do.
And I will defend that, Mr. Hess. You have never said a bad word about that.
And I don't feel that way.
Right, sure.
You know, but the question that I have, and Mr. Sebastiano did not answer my request. And the code clearly will state if I don't get stuff back, I can deny them an appeal right. But that's okay. I don't want to do that either. But what I'm saying is, do you work and make more than substantial gainful activity?
None of your business, sir.
Okay, so, well, I think it's the West Virginia code that asks the question, not me. I'm sworn and I took an oath to follow the law. And the law says in 11.6b2, if you have substantial gainful activity, how am I supposed to find out how much money you're making to determine whether you are making substantial gainful activity without asking you?
So.
That begs the question right there.
So your defense, Mr. Hess, would be the same as Mr. King?
Yeah, they're both the
And
same.
we don't.
Yeah,
need to
yeah,
hear the
they're
same
both
defense.
they're both the same.
And
Yeah.
Mr. Bentley, your recommendation would be the same for Anthony. I'm sorry for not calling your last name, but I'm not gonna butcher it up. Your recommendation is the same? Entertain a motion, for the appeal of the homestead property tax exemption determination for Anthony Sebastiano. See, I'll still mess it up. Any motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the appeal of homestead exemption for Sebastian.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded. Any further discussion on that motion?
Just one thing, Mr. Sebastiano presented two documents from the state of West Virginia that says that he is the disabled and has the disability from the Department of DMV and Tax Department. I think that kind of covers it for me.
And if we could get copies of those, Mr. Sebastian.
Okay.
Are those your only
Are those,
copies?
Mr. Sebastian, is there any information on that that you don't, that you need to have blacked out or anything?
Social Security.
Social Security number.
Numbers on there, income.
You can mark them out if you can mark them out if you want to.
Doesn't matter.
All right, any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Let the record show it's 5-0. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Next on our agenda is a presentation from Crabtree and Rural Associates and Architects for the Day Report Center building plans. Good afternoon, Josh.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Josh.
Gentlemen, this is a handout so you can do screen. It's the same thing. Yes, Miss, yeah, Miss Wayne. It's actually what's it's already on there. So, copy just when you want to take notes. Maybe see a little bit better.
Thank you, sir.
How you doing, Josh? How are you? Fine. We'll be working on the next week or so to get that taken down.
They've made enough copies for everybody.
Yes. So it's a whole lot better, doesn't it? Yes.
We are working on it. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. It's 12:02.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Yes.
Let the record show I wasn't the one that held us up, okay?
So we're going to briefly go through the adaptive reuse of the former CVS building located at 520 South Raleigh Street. We are looking to do an adaptive reuse and turn this into the day reporting center. We go to the very next slide. So the existing conditions. This is you've been.
Go to the next one, Gary. He's sleeping.
So this was the former CVS building that was acquired by the county. You have been operating your maintenance facility out of this. The existing conditions is in the right-hand side is kind of the retail area, and then the back of the house on the left-hand side. So what we're showing is that we would be demolishing all of the interior existing walls, along with the high storefront and the existing original door that turned into an overhead door. Would all be demolished in order for us to have kind of a clean footprint for the entire building. The idea is that we would basically have the exterior walls, all the interior walls be demolished as part of the first step. We would also look to replace the roof. The roof is original, is mature in age, and is leaking in several areas. So what we want to do is we want to remove the roof in its entirety and replace that as part of this project. But so what's important is that we're looking to remove all the interior partitions, the existing ceiling. We're going to and all of the existing ductwork and kind of start from a fresh slate of exterior walls and roof joists, and go from there. So the next slide, so this shows you the site. So, as part of this project, so we are looking to orient, the front entrance of the building we shifted down a little bit. We are looking to put a small addition onto the front of the building, and as we go to the next slide, not yet, as we get to the next slide, we will get into the floor plan. The existing the existing parking lot would look to be repaved and restriped as a separate project. We're not including that in our cost for today. That is something that can be done after the fact, but we are going to be assisting as far as doing a layout so that way we can give that to the contractor and make sure we maximize the parking, not only for the sheriff, but then also for this for the day reporting center.
And Josh, while we're on that, I actually talked to one of our engineers here in the county, and basically I was over there late Thursday night, and noticed once we put that addition on the front, it's probably going to be a little bit of a grading issue. The water will be falling towards the building, so he's aware of that, and sure we have a grading plan if that's not part of your scope. Okay.
Fantastic. So if we go to the next slide, this shows the floor plan. We've been meeting roughly every 2 weeks for the last 12 months. I do want to say staff and everyone has been absolutely wonderful in taking their time to meet with us, developing multiple options, both on the interior and the exterior elevations. I think we all agree at this point we have a really solid plan in order to move forward. That is a logical layout. Tim, there he is. Musical chairs.
Moving around on you.
A little bit. Has been fantastic, and I know he's gotten a lot of input from staff. It really has been a fantastic process. We appreciate everyone taking the time to meet with us to help us develop this. So, as I said a moment ago, just to the north of the plan, that small box, that is a small addition. In that addition is going to be is going to be a small vestibule that will create an airlock, and then we have seating there for in lobby space. We're looking to seat in that space about 40 to 50 folks, depending on the chair layout. The idea is that it's going to be kind of a separate lobby. As we fit the program, the building was just a little bit too small, so we're showing the addition is about 1,000 square feet of total space. The other thing that does for us is that also helps for us to create a new front entrance to the building. So as part of this, we're kind of re-identifying the building, and you'll see in a few minutes what we're proposing as the exterior elevation. So as we move down and we move to the right, now we have the administrative area. So that'll be checking desk and also Tim and his staff's office. Then we'll slide down to the home reporting, home confinement area, and that would be on your right hand side. And as we continue to move down, we have the staff area, which would be the small staff lunchroom, along with toilets and I'm having a heck of a day today with names. Staff lounge, yes. Offices for the counselors would be there. We have 12 individual offices. So the idea would be is that as folks arrive, they're going to come into the waiting area, check in at the folks that are in their offices. Then will once the person is announced, they will leave their office, come out, then escort that person back to their office, have a meeting with them, and then escort them back out to the common space.
So these doors will be security doors?
Yes, the doors to get access back to the office.
Would you expect anything less from your IT director?
Well, I know he wants lots of buttons.
So as a general goal, we're trying to do, those of you. So as a general goal, what we're trying to do is we're trying to create public and private, public and semi-private areas. So the idea, let's see if I can do this now, is that, nope, is that the the lobby and the main area there is going to be the public area. So that means that when folks come in, they can go and check into the windows. They can always use the public restrooms, but they're regulated just those spaces. Everywhere else, they would have to either have card access or open. They're going to be escorted in those spaces.
If I remember correctly, Josh, there's 3 levels of security there. I think it's kind of like Tim, I think we talked about full access in the lobby, but then it's kind of semi-secure, but then part of this. Remember correctly?
You're absolutely correct. Right. So it's really, there's 3 levels. There's the public, there's a semi-private, and there's private. You know, so the public is areas where when folks come in, they can go through the kind of the lobby, the toilet rooms. They can have free access to that. Semi-private is a space where, as an example, going back to the off room, where they would be escorted back to the space. And then private is spaces like the staff lunchroom and toilets and things like that, where only staff is going to go and the public would not go to those areas. So we kind of have those 3 levels of access, with the intent that there are some places where public simply can't go because they're private areas just for staff. So thank you, that is correct.
And Josh, I think it's also important to point out that home confinement has a separate entrance on the east side of the building.
Thank you. So the home confinement, the door right here, would be in a separate exterior door that only that would be access to the public. We actually included one of the changes that we just recently made was that we added a toilet room in that space. The original plan was the staff would go into the main area for discussions. What we decided is that toilet then will be accessed not only for the public, but then also for staff who will be able to use that, so that we really home confinement kind of stays within the space and doesn't have to go into the main space. So thank you, sir. So here we have, I said, the individual offices where so if they're having if the public is having a session, that they would come in and grab them in the public space, bring them back to their office. Once that session is done, they would escort them back out through the corridor out into the public space. They would check out and everything. And so any public who is in this space is going to be somebody who's escorted. They would not just be able to walk around. Not only is that from a safety standpoint, but also from a privacy standpoint, that we don't want someone who just simply walk around inside of that space and listening into other conversations, from people who are in the center. So we do have, the staff lounge and the staff toilets, which are only for staff in this space. So as we come back out into now the public space, which is here in the lobby, so we do have both boys and girls bank toilets. That is for the public. Staff can also use that. These are intended that the public are using these toilets and only these toilets. So we also have as we move over plan left, you see this L-shaped space. This is a peer council area, so this is only for staff. So staff will be in this space. This is a touchdown space. They're often coming out, into other areas. So staff has this shared space. I think we have enough desks for 12 in this area. As we move to the north on this left-hand side, this is your drug screening area. So we have 5 drug screening rooms. They are self-contained, so
the L-shaped shared office.
Yes, sir.
Mine, I only see one entrance and exit for that office. Is that permissible through the fire code?
Yes. So only when you exceed 49 people do you need 2 means of egress out of the space.
Plus the whole building sprinkled too, Jim.
Yeah. Well, I was just looking, and it's a big office, only one entrance.
Yes, through our initial code review, it is not. Putting a door on the back side, but as of right now, one door.
Just noticed it.
So as far as drug screening, so the persons would come into the waiting room. They can come and check in at this door. Then they would be brought into the secure, again, a semi-private corridor. So again, they're invited in and escorted into one of the drug screening rooms. So in this space, they're individual spaces. So as the person is coming into the space, they're checked in. The workstation, the sink, the toilet room, everything is right in that space. At the toilet rooms themselves, it's a little hard to see on but we have windows, so as a person is utilizing the facility, that they can be viewed to make sure that is actually their product that is being delivered, and then it can be checked out. They have the storage, which is going to be located right there. So the entire process is happening right inside of that. So it's fantastic from a security standpoint. From a tracking standpoint, it makes it much cleaner that they are able to process everything right inside of that. And so we have five drug screening. We've been talking back and forth on whether or not that is going to be, whether they're going to have a boys and a girls room, or whether it's just simply going to be designed that anybody can use any of those rooms. As we continue to move to the left, we have 6 group rooms. So that is right here. So there are 6 group rooms with folding partitions that can then become 3 larger rooms. So the intent is that these are really multifunctional. Everything from AA meetings to other counseling sessions can happen in these rooms. We're trying to create the most amount of flexibility. Most of the time, the rooms are going to have a leader and then 12 other people in there. So that's what we specifically designed rooms for. What you can see in the layout is we have the traditional shape is a U-shaped with the tables with the leader, but we also, with the flexible furniture, you can create more classroom atmosphere. You can see the different kind of layouts that are possible. But so we're showing 6 rooms that then can be with the floating partitions and open up into 3 larger rooms. And we're also showing a kitchenette that can be shared amongst them. So they have an event there that food is being provided, that we have a sink there for dishes and hand washing and drinks and other items. And then finally, on the bottom left-hand side is our therapy rooms. We have 6 therapy rooms. These are just individual rooms where counselors going to be able to go in there and have an individual session. They're not offices. These are austere rooms with a table and a couple of chairs in there just to be able to have their. And then finally, in the bottom left-hand corner is our electrical data. We are looking at Astic and working with us from a technology standpoint and making sure where we have secure doors. We'll be working as far as locations for cameras, making sure that we have the proper data in the space. Currently, the building has 3 rooftop units. At this point, we're looking at replacing all those 3 rooftop units with 2 units that will be able to control, and then they'll go to individual boxes for control of spaces. As far as energy efficiencies go, we are going to be increasing by replacing the roof, we'll be adding roof insulation. The windows will be replaced with higher efficiency thermal windows. What you can possibly see is that we are adding windows to the building. See that on the next elevations, but what's important is to try to allow daylight. We're trying to create an environment that is welcoming. So the finishes, the colors, adding daylight in here. We want this to be a facility. This group runs an awesome. They're doing really fantastic things, and we want people to come to this facility. So the intent is to make this a non-institutional feel all throughout the facility. And one of the things that we're doing with this is being able to allow daylight in. Not only is that a positive for the public that's coming in, but also very much for staff. Before I move on to the next step, is there anybody who has any questions on the floor plan or the layout? Concerns that you see?
Who have you talked to in the county? Yeah, like Tim Zion, Gary, and who?
There's a committee. It's myself, Tim, Gary, Alan, and Tim, and Tracy and Jack. So there's feedback. This is when I don't give any board and commission reports, it's not that I'm not doing anything.
I didn't insinuate that.
But yeah, it's a committee that meets every 2 weeks on Thursday afternoon, generally at 2:00, and and then Tim goes back and I'm sure Tim communicates with the staff every time he comes back with a change to make sure if there's any dissatisfaction. But for instance, one of the things was the waiting room was just what you see within the building, and that was designed when there were 6 participants in the day report center. Now we have 190 participants, and it's nothing, Tim, to have 100 people a day come through your facility. So, and we know that he's already put the brakes on, or he has to put the brakes on any further participants coming into his program.
Well, what's the square foot of this compared to what they have now, you know?
It's about 3 times the square feet.
At least. How many square feet is this one, 11,000 something?
This is 12,000, it's 13 when you include the addition.
Yeah, and the other existing building, I think, is about 3,500, 3,600, if I'm not mistaken. So it's at least 3.5 times the size. With a possibility of addition going towards the Raleigh Street side. It's being designed for that. And if it was be an addition on the Raleigh Street side, it would be a 2-story addition. Right?
How is that addition gonna be accessed in the future from this park?
It'll come right to it.
So you just end up taking this office out, is that what you're saying?
We take the one there. From the house.
We originally had designed it so that way that there was an opening. I said what we found was the therapy rooms ended up being a little bit too small. So we'd end up just demolishing a couple small interior gypsum wall board partition walls in order to be able to
take 2 of those out in order to continue your corridor through the same size that you.
And what we're planning as far as finishes go is if we're looking at gypsum wall board partitions, metal studs, crystal ceiling tiles, LED lighting. In the right now we're proposing that in the walkway areas, maybe doing a luxury vinyl tile. Offices will be carpet. This one of the actually that's our very next meeting. Sorry?
Carpet squares like we've been doing.
Yes, sir. And as a matter of fact, our very next meeting is to enhance that more. We're specifically meeting about interior finishes to make sure that we're putting the finishes in the spot.
We're looking at 10-foot ceilings, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So, funny thing, it's more of the, and I don't think I'll wait, but it's going to be on the exterior, just something small. Anybody have any questions for Josh right now on the interior design? And I just have one question. You are okay with the design? We're still moving forward with this one? Okay. All right, Josh, we got the green light.
And one important thing is that Tim has really been engaged with staff. And he's got a lot of good feedback. So even though we've been meeting every 2 weeks, we've been revising plans in between the sessions because his staff is has had input. So it's really been a great collaborative process. So we're only showing one elevation for today, but we can, so we actually have 3 elevations right now that we've given the committee. There's minor differences in between them, but so let's talk about.
This one here, we chose that we like the best. One reason is it does fit in with the facade of the judicial center. And we felt like it was, like Josh has always said, windows and glass. We wanted to feel just like the Mountaineer Recovery Center just went in. We want to make sure it's welcoming and definitely institution. And we have a little courtyard to the left of the entry. Let's still all your thunder, so go ahead.
No, you did a great job. So right. So we're looking at creating this is the addition right here. Now, as I was saying earlier, is that by doing the addition, one of the things that we need as a benefit is we're gonna pop this section just up a little bit higher in order that way, and use the parking lot. All good architecture has a good front entrance that's identifiable. If you have to put signage up, it's not as good as it could be. So by so just a little bit higher in volume, not higher than the existing building, we can really start to identify that front entrance. Have a canopy, so that way not only do you have folks that are driving here, but you also have folks that are being dropped off at this facility. So we have enough of a canopy there that if they're waiting for their ride, or they're or the facility isn't open yet, there's some place to get out of the weather, and you're not just sitting there getting wet with the front entrance. Off to the just beyond the canopy is that we said is that we have a courtyard that'll be a small area with some seating. We could do everything from grass areas and plantings, to even having a partial ivy wall there to try to get it some little bit of warmth. You're going to need some shade, in that space, so it may be a great space to just kind of sit out there and meditate. If you're get there a little bit earlier, if you want to, after a session. The existing building brick is interesting. It's interesting color, And, you know, we felt that while we can get something that's close, we're really not going to get something that's going to match exactly. So what we're proposing would be to introduce a new color brick, possibly something that's a little bit darker, not only for the addition, but then also the areas where we're replacing the brick. So, so as an example, we're facing the building, so as we be the old CBS, got the old storefront entrance, you know, along with the windows, right beneath this canopy that's over top. We're going to go ahead and remove that canopy, and now there's no brick behind it, so we have some impact. So what we're proposing is to use a different color brick, something that's complementary towards the existing brick, but not something that's matching. Because even some of the best contractors in some cases, best bases in the world, it's still always going to look like that. So
Make it contrasting and it makes it look like you meant to do it.
Right.
Right. And one of the things that we spent a decent amount of time on is we want this building to look new instead of patched together. I think while we're talking about that, I really like the look of it, Josh. The only thing that we're talking about as we cut these windows in with the existing brick, is going to, you said that there's going to put in with the brick that we saved off of it, but the mortar's still going to stand out because of the age of it. I'm thinking that we would like to accent any new penetration that's in the old brick with the new brick. So the seal would be the new brick, the sides would be kind of like 8 inches wide of the new brick, and the soldiers or cellars above it. Only where the new brick is. And the same way with the door.
So in this section, so this would be all new brick, and then where the old canopy is that we would basically put metal studs in a metal panel or eaves. Either of those are an option, basically for the upper section. So now we're going to go to the left. So now the Railway Street is on our left-hand side. I would say, as I point on our right-hand side is going to be Railway Street. So now we're moving down. So you can see here, this is the existing brick. So what you're thinking is that around the perimeter of these windows, where we're in the old brick, is that's where we would do the accent brick.
I think it's almost a necessity.
And then what we're proposing is that we would remove the existing brick pilasters that are there, and put the new brick in those sections. And what we're trying to do is not to make the addition look like an addition, try to kind of start to put some accent in there and have this like a cohesive building.
And just so the council knows, that's exactly what we did with the new sheriff's department, was to make sure that when we got done, it looked like a brand new building. I think we were successful in that because the ethos and stuff on that was one of the reasons it was done was to get rid of all the patching of the window. And like Mr. Davis said, when it was marked, it had already been patched several times.
With this option, what we're proposing is to carry the metal panel or the span all the way down. Again, just makes it look more cohesive as opposed to just putting metal panel where the old panel is. Which you can see is this is the lobby. You can see we have large windows. One of the things that was a concern is the having a level of privacy of inside the house. So the windows are set at 4'8" above the finished floor. So if you're sitting in the lobby, most of us when we sit down are below 4'8", standing below 4'8". But the idea is that when you're standing, you still have a view out in the parking lot. You're not losing the view. But when you're sitting, when people are driving by, they're not able to look in and see, oh, there's Mr. Kopinger sitting in. So we're trying to create a level of privacy, but at the same time have really nice windows and create a nice environment inside this. Inside the waiting room and inside the facility. All of these windows would be new windows that don't currently exist. So the goal is to try to bring daylighting in. The windows around the rest of the perimeter, we're looking at putting those up to 5 feet. For functionality, not only can we allow us to put casework and cabinetry and things like that along below the window. But as you go around to the back side of the building, it's not super awesome as you're looking at the trees and some of the other things. So we intentionally put the windows in the remainder of the facility to allow daylight to come in, but not necessarily being able to look out of those. Does anybody have any questions on the elevations? Any other thoughts? Appreciate your thoughts.
Do we have a view of the Raleigh Street? Of the west?
I didn't bring
I'd just like to see what.
Yeah, well,
How
I'll
that's
email
gonna
it out to the group. Yeah, I unfortunately didn't include that in today. So schedule, we are on schedule for design. So when we were hired back in November, we showed a schedule that we would be looking to finish up the construction documents at the end of March, and seeking to go out in April with the bid documents. So that is what we're part of what we're asking, that we would like to continue with the schedule and put the project out for bid in April. With the goal of putting them out in April, receiving them in May, and start construction. We're anticipating construction to be 7 to 8 months. Is what we think is reasonable for this. The demolition is going to be very quick. We're looking at materials that are readily available. The longest lead items are going to be rooftop units and probably the sliding doors coming into the facility. Otherwise, the majority of other materials are readily available. So we think that 7 to 8 months to do this. What our goal is, goal is to try to get in the facility this year. And we believe that if we can go out to bid, in the April timeframe, that we can wrap up and be completed with this facility and have Tim's group move in December of the year, if council so wishes.
I think if you're doing it this year, you're going.
Yes. And that's our goal.
He's been fair warned.
Yes, that is our goal.
I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, it'd be great. And I want to say Josh and them is there, then move it on.
Listen, the group has been fantastic, so it's actually made our jobs very easy when you work with good folks.
Any questions for Josh or anything?
Yep, the last slide is just where we think the cost is. So the last piece as far as cost goes, that we said it's roughly a 12,174 square foot building with about 1,000 square foot addition. We're estimating the construction cost to be about $3.4 million with a total project cost of about $3.7 million. So
But that doesn't include the parking.
that does not include the parking lot, sir. That is correct. So
So
this
you're
is
coming in about 290.
About what?
290 square foot.
I don't know.
It would be a blended cost. So we have new renovation costs. I'm getting what looks like. So we have 195 for renovation and then 385 for the addition. Is what we're projecting. Now we do have some additional costs in there for estimated costs and construction contingency and things like that. So when we give you the construction cost, that includes. So our goal is when we give you a cost is to have everything. So outside of the parking lot, this includes everything from contingency to testing inspections and to furniture. So we have dollars in this budget for furniture.
And as the council knows, all the other projects that we've done, we've built furniture in also, but that's why we've had Tracy involved in this process from the beginning, so that she can work with us as we go through and putting we'll put together specs and we'll bid it out. So, she always does a good job of getting this as possible.
Anybody have any questions on anything for Josh? Council feels that we're moving in the right direction?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Consensus of the council is to have.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
They get, what, lane kicking?
Yeah. Take a hold for a minute.
Well, you can't.
We can talk about that. We just did one. All right, next on our agenda is Mr. Bentley, Legal Director for Medical Cannabis Certificate of Zoning Compliance.
Mr. President, Mr. Barnhart excused himself.
Huh?
Yes, you to hold on to this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He said, can you hold on a minute, cause I can't.
And I would take the sheriff's department first, but Mr. Lewis has been here all morning, so.
No. I'll let you do it for the rest of that.
Could be. Could.
About $300 square foot to do.
Today's world, that's what it's been written.
On a rental, on a build. I mean, I see those prices on build outs. On a rehab, you still, yeah, the structure, yeah. Lower the roof. About a square foot, if you're about 90 square foot. Yeah, if you think that there's.
The other thing that they have included is they have a contractor doing all the electronic locks
Yeah,
and,
IT stuff,
and
except for the install.
right, and we'll do all that. So,
We'll do the install. Cool.
right, but they even said that they probably, because we talked to them about us buying the spools of wiring. Our
When's it
cost,
supposed to be out for bid?
April.
That's it.
April.
What is April?
It's a homestead.
All right, we're still back and up, and said our next agenda item is Mr. Bentley, legal director for medical cannabis certificate of zoning plans and potential resolution. So, Mr. Bentley.
You have a read ahead that I hope most of you have taken advantage of. Medical cannabis organizations, as you heard this morning from Mr. Lewis, include dispensaries, growers, and processors. Are they allowed in Berkeley County? Yes. The default position that is provided by the statute, the act that the state passed, says that the county doesn't have to do anything. They're permitted in the county. The only way to prohibit a medical cannabis organization from locating within the county by an ordinance by vote of the residents of the county to prohibit the operation or location of such an organization. However, the statute is silent as to the procedure how to do that.
Does resident of the county include the city of Martinsburg or no?
Well, that's a point of discussion. This is not the best written piece of legislation ever to come down the pike in West Virginia. It's not clear. I could argue either side that it includes the city of Martinsburg, and I'm inclined to say that it does include the city of Martinsburg. But there are different views out there, and I think most cities would argue that it doesn't. include that. But we have had some discussions with the city of Martinsburg, who agrees with us that you can look at it both ways, but that's not actually clear. Can a medical cannabis organization be prohibited in Berkeley County? Yes, but as I said, the procedure is not clear how you do this. But the law does say a county may pass an ordinance by vote of the residents of the county to prohibit the operation or location of an organization within that. Prohibition under this section shall remain in effect unless and until changed by a subsequent vote. There's been some discussion I've heard. Obviously, we haven't discussed this in open session, but I have talked with one or two of you about this, and there's been discussion about whether or not Berkeley County should seek to put this on the ballot so that the question could be answered by the public. Right now, as the law stands, we get a question on whether or not zoning prohibitions keep one of these organizations from locating in a particular part of Berkeley County. We have answered that question looking at our very little bit of Berkeley County that's zoned. We have answered the questions from those who have asked questions. Is it prohibited in Berkeley County? We've answered by saying no, it is not prohibited at this time. Now, Mr. Lewis made a point this morning that he believes if you decide that there ought to be a vote, that will probably stop any group or person, entity that might want to invest in one of these in Berkeley County, probably stop them from doing that because there's no certainty how the vote's going to come down. The deadline for filing applications with the state is February 18th. It's only 2 weeks away. So it seems to me that I have heard from several of you that you may want to put it on a ballot. The earliest, we could put it on a special ballot, but that would cost us a fortune. Primary election comes up May 12th. We need to make a decision on that issue of whether or not we want to put it on a ballot no later than February 18th, because the ballots are going to be prepared beginning February 8th. In order to get the question on the ballot, we need to submit it as soon as we can.
Well, that kind of begs the issue of including Martinsburg, pretty important.
Well, it does. It does, and I think we'll have to.
Martinsburg pays.
When was this signed in legislature?
I'm
When
sorry.
was this signed into legislature?
When?
Yeah.
In 2017.
But
It's been around. But
April 19th.
April 19th of 17. Been around a while, but now we're down to crunch time because of the deadline for filing applications.
So is there a possibility the state could say that it's too late to even do that?
Too late to do?
To allow it? I mean, if they allow dispensaries or whatever now, what happens?
Well, if they
it goes on the ballot.
If the state received an application saying we'd like to put an organization in this place, and the state were to approve it right now, then I think that organization would probably be grandfathered in, no matter what the county did. But the thought that I have heard expressed most often is that the state's not going to make any fast decisions on whether or not they're going to grant applications. And there's nothing in the law that says you're going to be grandfathered if you file an application. There's nothing in the law that addresses that issue at all. It's poorly written.
And Mr. Bentley, we're not the only county that's thinking about putting on a ballot, by the way.
Is that right? We're the only one I've heard of.
There's several of them talking about it. It's coming through the listserv that says that they're asking.
And the other thing is.
Whoever does it's going to have to move pretty fast.
The only other thing is that whoever applies, if we make a motion to accept it, then we have to issue, if someone comes in and asks, we have to give them a letter of documentation that says we did or we didn't.
I think if they apply, you still gotta give them a letter right now, don't you?
Yeah, we've given everybody who's asked that question a letter that says, at the present time, you're eligible to apply.
Anything else, Mr. Bentley?
But that's, I would just say that I have prepared, in case you want to put it on the ballot, I have prepared a resolution to do that. And it would be effective if you vote. You can vote on it today.
All right, well, I mean, my feelings on what is in front of us today is basically, I would like to put on a ballot and leave it to the people. There's concerns of mine with it. I think that some of the things that have been said here today about the availability and for the people, I think the availability would still be readily available. But at the same time, I think this is something very, very important with the progress that we've made through our Day Report Center and Recovery Resource Center, and the state putting this on us is something I'm not willing to do without the vote of the people. That's my opinion. If no one else has an opinion or a stand on it, then I'll entertain a motion.
The statement I have to make is that several of the legislators, not only once, if we have given permission for the medical use, wants to come back and make it recreational use and all this other thing. So I think it would be good to put on the ballot so everybody knows where we stand. So it's not a case of us making that decision.
I agree. Yes, have a discussion or conversation. If not, I'm still asking for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we put the medical marijuana use on the next, so it would be on the primary serve, right?
Yes.
It would be on the primary.
March 12th.
For public decision.
And you would give, we all sign.
Should it be just for the president, or should we have for everybody to sign?
That's no decision anybody that signs, John.
Is it all five of us sign, or does it have to include?
Well, there are no signature lines, but you can all sign.
Okay.
Walk has made a motion. Do I have a second on the motion? Second. Second. The motion's been seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I've abstained from voting.
Motion carries. All right. Moving on to the next agenda item is Sheriff Curtis Keller, Chief Scott Wilson request to apply for the COPS grant follow-up. I see Rachel. Rachel's in the audience as well.
You don't operate that way.
Good afternoon. He was before us last week on the COPS grant, asking for 5 additional deputies. One of the things that was brought up was the talking about whether he was fully staffed or not, and I think that Mr. Davis has checked into some things with Rachel with doing the criteria.
Rachel, can you correct me if I'm wrong? After our discussion last week, I asked Rachel, because there are 4 vacancies, asked Rachel to check with the granting authority to see how those 4 vacancies, if we have to be fully staffed up in order to apply for it. And the answer is we can apply for it, but we can't use any of the if we get any of the grant money, we can't use that grant money to backfill for existing vacancies. It has to be new positions above and beyond, which is currently on the roster.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Rachel?
That's correct.
So we can apply, but before we can draw down that money, we have to prove to the granting authority that we are fully staffed, and that these are new positions above and beyond. These are new positions that were created after the grant was approved. Okay.
And
Is that
Rachel,
correct,
how
Rachel?
often, or any of the 3, how often does this grant come out?
Without any more than on board last.
So after some thought, and we all know that we're growing in the county, like I said, the sheriff has asked for 5, some discussion of the 2, other ones, I won't get into that because we have different opinions on that one. But at the same time, he's asked for 5, which we've talked about. It's great that it's a 75% match the first year, 75% the second.
3 years.
3 years, okay. So I would like to see that we apply for the grant under the criteria, to meet the criteria of the grant, for 3, only because of the outfitting cost. And then since this is an annual grant, then maybe once we do that, then we can back and visit for next year for another. And allocate the money for the grant in our contingency fund, and have it ready to go if we get the grant and if we're fully staffed. That's my opinion. I think one of the things that I find is when you have 60 deputies on the road, and you have 60 positions with that many employees, it's very difficult to get staffed. One of the things that be fully staffed. One of the things that we tried to do with Central Dispatch was to make sure we had plenty of positions available because of the constant turnover, which the sheriff sees himself, is to have positions to be able to make sure that we can still maintain the status quo of being able to provide the service. So that's another reason that I think that we need to do 3 positions, is to even if we get fully staffed and we're able to get the 3 grant positions, it's tough to stay fully staffed.
Yeah.
Sheriff, during discussions just the past week, a question came up to me that I didn't know how to answer. You have 4 vacancies now?
I think it was 4 you said last week.
Prior to.
There was 4 that were on military.
4 military,
military.
2 waiting to go to the academy, and 4 vacancies. 3 vacancies.
I think-
Total two.
Yeah, I think you're
Okay,
right.
so of those 3 vacancies, you're recruiting for those now.
The testing side.
Testing side.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah, physical testing,
is this coming?
yeah.
Right.
I think it's on the north end of the county too.
Is that one? If for every, and this was a question of how you get the names from civil service, do you get 3, you only get 3 candidates at a time? You get 3 candidates for each vacancy, or do you get a list of everyone that's eligible with? The question came to me is, how does that list come down from the civil service?
Statute defines that, sir.
I don't know.
The statute says that for each vacancy, he gets 3 names off the top of the list for consideration. He's only permitted to consider 1 vacancy at a time. So, but we take the first vacancy that was there, he gets 3 names. If he selects from that, then he'll get a name to fill that position, and he goes to the next position and does that. He can only consider 1 vacancy at a time.
So
he's
knowing
looking
that
for 3
you have
names.
3 vacancies, they won't give you a list of
No,
the
sir.
top 12.
He gets 3 names at a time, period.
Okay, but
That's
that was
it.
the question, and I didn't know about that.
But
That's
at least-
run into the issue where if those 3 names are somebody he wants removed for cause, then they have to be removed. They're offered a hearing if they want it. And then a name's put back up there, and he considers the 3 names for that same vacancy until he gets through. Yes, sir.
I didn't know the answer.
Yeah, that's in chapter 7 and 14.
Takes a while to do it.
All right, time is of essence. So I need a motion on, for the sheriff and the chief and Rachel to apply for the COPS grant. If, one of the criteria is he needs to be fully staffed. And if he is fully staffed, well, we set our budget this year, we'll put the money not only for the match, but also for the outfitting and industry. He gets awarded grant, gets fully staffed.
And vehicles.
That's what, well, outfitting, I meant the vehicles, yeah.
So you want the motion to, for 3 positions, or you want this time?
That's what I'm saying, I don't, whatever y'all wanna do, I mean, but I feel comfortable with 3 from a budgetary standpoint. And I think that's about where we need from the population growth. I think the call volume is one thing, but at the same time, the way we, seems like there's calls coming out for every little thing. So, but that's where I'm at on that. So you give me your backup documentation, I was questioning last week.
Form, the original form is what I gave you last week, and we had a couple of questions on things. One, I didn't add into the equipment. The number of calls, I went back and looked, I made a mistake in my calculation, so I give it back to you so you can see.
Thank you, sir.
Can I say one thing?
Absolutely.
We met yesterday. Called the auditor. He said that there is a case, possibility he can get that done. He said, check with the Attorney General for holding me. I'm checking into that aspect.
All right, so good.
How many positions can we apply for total?
20.
Can't, the budget won't take that long.
This is the first time they ever not restricted people. Normally you can only, this is I guess it's because to downtime.
Well, you would think that they've taken consideration of the atmosphere of being a police officer, that you wouldn't have to be fully staffed either. You know, it's it's been a vicious world for you guys.
What happens if you don't, at the end of the year, have you are not fully staffed? Got the money there.
You just can't.
You can't draw down
You
on
can't
it.
draw down
Yeah,
on
we
it.
can't draw.
But what I'm asking is, does it wipe the grant out? That's what I'm asking.
Or would it roll over?
or would it just roll over to the next year?
I don't know.
That's what I'm afraid of. If we go to the full 5, and we can only, and we got three or four positions filled now, you know.
Keep in mind, each deputy is gonna cost you about $120,000 to $127,000.
Right, that's what I was thinking. I was just looking at those numbers.
I don't know that answer. I'm sorry. I don't know if they'll drop it. Meet the criteria, they'll take the money back. I don't know.
Reach what your experience.
There seems to be a grace period. It's similar with what's going on with our Safer grant, where we have a vacancy that we're trying to fill at Baker Heights. There's a gap there. The federal government understands that takes some time to backfill positions. It's not like when we lose a position, they work with us. They understand that vacancy happens, so it's not something that would jeopardize the grant immediately.
Want to make a motion? Lunchtime.
I think budgetary wise, I think we have to stick with 3. I'm not personally trying to work with what we do. So I'll make a motion that we find Cox grant.
Motion been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
With the option of going to more than 5, more than 3 in the future.
Right, yes.
Well, that motion also says that we're gonna put the money in contingency.
We gotta put the money in contingency, so.
For outfitting.
For the outfitting, so.
Well, for everything.
For everything, yeah.
Not just outfitting, but for the positions and everything, just like we did
For
for
the
Sheriff
matching.
Laymaster.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let the record show, 4-0, Mr. Delia had to step out, he had a meeting. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All right,
Try harder next year.
just, any items from the public while we're here? If not, we're going to break. Yeah. Get something. Back in session, start the board of review and equalization. Larry Hess, assessor review and equalization, session 3, and I'm sorry.
What was that again?
Tongue tied.
It's easy for you to say.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Yes.
Well, we had some changes.
Right, I only have 4 changes, and I've given you piece of paper listing the changes. The first one was Arden, map 19, parcel 27, the property owners, Van Hill Church of Christ trustees. We changed tax class to class 3 because technically by law it can't be class 2. The assessment stayed the same. Second parcel, 0710K45, owned by Calvary Construction in care of Kimberly Miller. We found a keying error and we adjusted the assessment. The previous assessment is $71,940. The corrected assessment is $71,220. The third parcel is 0710P11, owned by Charles and Michelle Hill. Again, it was a keying error and we adjusted the assessment. The assessment had been $171,720. The new assessment is $174,900. And the last parcel is 071518.8, owned by Grady White. Another keying error, we adjusted the assessment. The previous assessment was $87,300, and the new assessment is $92,580.
My question to you on Norwood would be, increasing their assessment, what would be the appeal process if they wanted to do this late in the game?
I would tell you this, that we checked, and none of them went up 10% more than last year. So they would not have received an increase letter.
Right, but do they still have a chance to appeal their new assessment?
If they get in here before
October,
before February 20th.
I mean, they could have appealed it even without the change. I mean, the one lower, the other two went up a little bit.
There's 3 out of 4 of them.
This one went up $5,000, so they might want to.
Right. And the church, I mean, there's nothing they can do about it. It is what it is, but that tax bill's gonna double.
Well, the church would have to appeal to the tax commissioner on the tax class change.
Right.
And they've
That's
been
what-
notified of that.
That's what I'm saying. This late in the game, I just wanted to make sure that they still have a chance to appeal the process. More than likely they won't, but at the same time, I don't want to deny that option.
And they've been notified in writing, we did mail them a letter. I would say that Mr. White, the one that went up $5,000, the appraisal is $154,300. He paid $158 for it just last year. Well, last year, I mean October.
Anybody have any questions for Tammy?
Did you notify White that it went up at all?
No, we did not, because it did not go up more than 10% from the previous year's assessment.
No, I understand that.
Right.
So you don't have to.
Right. By law, we're required to notify them that it goes up 10%.
I think what
It
the
did not.
president's saying is maybe we should notify.
Well, it went up after the mailing went out.
Well, I guess.
Yeah.
But
That's the problem.
The point is, if mine
Has
goes
he-
up,
have
and
these
it's not
three
more than
people,
10%, they're not.
has these three people,
If they do,
has these three people been notified of the change? Or will they be notified
No,
of
they
the
won't,
change?
because by law, we're not required to notify them because it didn't go up 10%. We're only required to notify somebody in writing if it goes up 10% prior than the previous year. These did not go up 10%, even with the change that we made now.
Okay, so these are,
Why did we make the change this time of year? Why wasn't it done?
Because we're proofing now and we found a key error.
so they will have a chance to appeal, but only until February the 20th?
Right, just like they would have, even if we hadn't changed it,
How
because
did they know that it changed?
they're not going to know that because it didn't go up 10% from last year.
I'll tell you what, if you want them to know, we'll send them a letter and tell them.
My house was part of the cycle.
But we get mailing when our assessment goes up.
If it goes up more than
Not
10%.
if it doesn't.
Only if it goes up 10%.
So I'm assuming my assessment didn't go up more than 10% because I never got to know this.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure we're talking apples and apples.
No, I'm the one that's lost too.
He's thinking that maybe between the notice of a 10% increase and today, there was a bill actually sent out to let people know what their amount was.
Yeah, I'm
No.
under
Right,
the
and that's
impression that
not-
everybody gets notice of their new assessment.
No,
No.
no. You only get a notice if it goes up 10% or more.
And it's up to the.
It could go up, but you wouldn't be
Go in
notified.
and find
Right,
out what
I
it
mean,
is.
technically by law, it could go up 9.89% and you're not gonna get a letter.
Mine usually does.
But if it goes up 10% or it goes up 10.1%, you will receive a letter. None of these would have generated a 10% increase letter if the keying error had been found before the letters were printed.
But they could have checked.
Anybody is free to come in and check the assessment rolls at any time. We have people that come in, every year on a regular basis.
So when is the first time you can come in?
I printed the assessment rolls in January.
Right. So from January till now, which has been a month, they've lost that opportunity to check on these tax bills. And I think that's probably what Doug's point now, is that they haven't had the same opportunity that every other taxpayer has to see these changes. And that's why he wants to be able to send them a notice to let them know there's a change. Am I right? That fair
So
enough?
are you saying you want,
I think we should.
so the one that decreased, do I need to send something to them?
I don't think they're gonna complain.
I'm sorry?
I don't think they're gonna complain.
Okay, so you want me to send the increase to the two last parcels that the value went up?
And the classification change.
Already sent that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll send him a letter.
All right,
Sorry, Doug, what would have changed on the classification?
I'm sorry, sir?
What would have changed the classification of the venue?
Because a church is not allowed to be class 2. It's not owner occupied.
Okay.
Just like if it was an LLC or a corporation, it would be class 3.
I can't understand how it got in the wrong class.
Because they purchased it and it had been in class 2 the previous year and it did not get changed to class 3.
So it was owner occupied at one time.
It had been at one point, but the
Oh,
church
so
bought
the
it.
church itself has not changed?
It's a house, it's not
It's a house,
necessarily a
okay,
church.
yeah.
Right, it's a house
That's, okay.
that somebody's living in, and it's not owner occupied, doesn't meet class 2 regulations. So, and it had been class 2 the previous tax year, because it had been,
Right.
to our knowledge, owner occupied. But with the transfer, it should have been switched to class 3, but that was missed.
So parsonages aren't allowed to be, they have to be class 3.
Technically by law, yes, a parsonage should be class 3 because it's not owner occupied.
I got you.
I think we went through that about 3 years ago.
But the parsonage could be
Exempt?
exempt.
Yes, and this church does have a parsonage that is exempt. It's separate
This
from
is
that.
separate.
So they essentially started a business around.
So I guess we need to, accept these changes so that they can notice.
And I'll send that letter out today. If you approve it
Need a
today.
motion to accept the changes in the books, from the assessor's office of for properties.
Mr. President, I move to accept the 4 changes for taxes with the Vanville Church of Christ, Calvary Construction, Charlottesville, and Grady Lake.
Motion been made, seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Is it, just to be clear, you just want me to notify the 2 bottom ones of their new assessment for the 2020 tax year?
Yes, because you already sent out notice on the class 2.
Yes, I did.
Yep.
And I didn't get one of these papers out.
No, I gave it to the council, so they would see the numbers and said it was approved.
I'm gonna do the order notes by.
Are you gonna do these 2? Do you want me to send a letter on the bottom 2?
If you send the letter, I'm gonna do an order.
Okay,
All right.
anything else?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda is Clint Hogman, Chairman of the Berkeley County Solid Waste Authority, budget presentation for 2020/21. Good afternoon, Clint.
Afternoon, folks.
Hey, Clint.
I should point out that I'm here today with my partner in crime, Ms. Lashley, our
It's always
program
good to see you.
administrator.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
I've got 2 953 tracks that I need to get rid of. Can I bring them out there and dump them in your dumpster?
I don't know what a 953 track
You
is.
went out and jumped up in my metal dumpster.
I was gonna say, recycle those.
Yeah.
You get a few dollars out of that, it's a lot of steel.
It ain't that much.
Well-
I mean, what do I get? I'm not gonna get $100 out of them, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So this is a track off of a piece of equipment.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
weighs about 3 tons.
Probably, yeah, maybe 2 tons for both of them.
But how are you gonna get them all?
How am I get, what do you mean?
Oh,
Oh, I can dump them off my trailer.
you-
I can back right up to your,
That's better taken to Ernie's
Huh?
or something like that.
Right, I'm sorry, my dumpster's full of throw my own top.
You only got some poor little guy that's supposed to unload that.
Yeah, the skid loader,
you can just bring that dually over and I'll just send it in the back.
I would. I've done that before. I went and got my tracks out of the dumpster one time.
Oh, they
All
will.
they'll fit.
They just may not get them out.
that's right.
It'll go out once
Yeah,
they
once you
dump it.
take the tailgate.
They'll come out.
My last dumpster was $2,000.
Scrap metal and cans are of the 24 items we take. Those are the only 2 producing commodity.
So maybe you do want those tracks.
Well, if they just weren't so big, I'm a little worried about it.
They'll slide out.
Would they? Bring them on. You can fit them in you can get them into the 40-yard, we'll take it. Jim said.
I've actually hauled a bunch of metal out there, big stuff already, nothing that big, but I just back up and raise it up and
Slides right in.
slides right in.
We got the height right on top.
Yeah, it's just a little, sometimes it catches a little bit and I gotta go back there and pry it in with a pry bar or something.
You didn't want to hear that now, did you, Kevin?
If you find somebody in the 40-yard dumpster, you know it's Dad.
If you see fur or something hanging over the
right.
side of it,
He's dumpster
look for
time.
fingerprints. it
Put the
could be
ladder
Dan.
down, help him get out.
I don't know if them tracks fall on him. He ain't coming out.
So, we have a interagency agreement that's been long-standing where we do an annual report at the same time we do our budget presentation. I'm hoping that annual report is on your laptops. It was sent a few days ago.
It looks like this?
I didn't bring
No.
my laptop in here.
battery went dead on my lap.
It's a PDF.
Okay, gotcha.
Mine out of here already.
Yep.
Yeah, we got it.
Awesome. I will predominantly be going over the report. The first couple pages are really some history and permitting issues or permitting path for the county's recycling program. I think one thing that's neat to point out, at least neat for me, is last year we finished our 24th year providing community service recycling program. So calendar year 2020 is our 25th year. Skipping a couple slides here, just I think these folks, I think you folks know that we've won a lot of awards over the years. That's not even all of them there. But the one of the first slide probably to stop at is the one titled Program Participation. Everybody make it there. What you'll see on this slide, it's a bar graph going back to the beginning of our program, showing the vehicles, the number of vehicles that have entered the 3 drop-off sites combined. So in 2019, we had 113,947 vehicles enter the 3 sites. That is actually that is the 4th highest participation rate we've had, but it is a decrease from 2018 and 2017.
Looks like it peaked out in 7.
Yeah, you know,
1,000 change.
These 2 drops, we're not really sure, we can't explain all of it, but we do know that that's coinciding with Apple Valley starting a curbside pickup program. So we know we've lost some customers who would normally come and go maybe once a week that are now getting, you know, that select list that Apple Valley offers at the curb, and Apple Valley brings it to us instead. These numbers don't reflect Apple Valley's. You'll see that in a second. So that's some of the drop. I don't know that it's all of it, but that is definitely some of the drop. If you look through the next 4 slides, you will see where the increases and decreases are. For example, Grapevine Road actually went up in participation of a little over 55,000 cars. That's very easily explainable because last year there's been a long-standing request from the public to be open somewhere on a Monday. And last year we opened, about this time of the year, we opened Grapevine on Mondays. And so that increase in participation is undoubtedly due to that service.
Jim, I guess you could produce day of the week vehicles too.
Yeah, the attendants keep track by day, right?
Yeah.
So we could break it down that.
Yeah, so you know how well your Mondays are doing.
Right, Tuesdays and Saturdays are the big days.
Oh, really?
For participation. Monday is still a low day. You know, of course, Saturday, if the weather's good, Saturday is, we can easily see 300 or 400 vehicles per site on a good Saturday. Yeah, when the weather's good.
Had to wait.
What's that?
Sherry and I've had to wait.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure. You take your wife to the recycling?
Yeah.
Where else you take her?
Man, that's our Saturday get out.
So
Oh, man.
That's Saturday morning breakfast.
I've seen him and his wife there.
Oh, yeah?
And I use their free tire service to get rid of tires.
The South Berkeley Recycling Center, if you look at the chart there, that's where the drop has been. Again, I can't particularly explain that, but that's where the drop has been. It may be one theory that we have, can't be proven, but when electronics is starting to empty out, and it's only offered at the South Berkeley Center. And our tonnages for electronics, the amount of units that are being brought to us is fewer and fewer. And so even though we've been doing that for a decade, I think we may be seeing a decrease in the amount of electronics as the basements and the garages and so forth have been cleaned out.
Would that be because that they're so much lighter and smaller than they used to be?
Well, definitely the weight side of it is definitely that. And you'll see that in a few minutes here. The tonnages for electronics almost half of what it was a few years ago. But but more critical to the participation is the number of trucks that we're sending out is down also. So the volume is down. Yeah. And we got a small site out at Hedgesville that doesn't offer very comprehensive services. So, and there's the participation rate for that. Obviously reflects, quite frankly,
2007, my goodness.
2007. Yeah, I don't remember why that spiked so much. I honestly don't.
How do you keep track of vehicles in Hedgesville?
Yeah, there's no vehicle counter there. It's the attendant's job. He has a sheet of paper to
So this, the Hedgesville Recycle Center don't wait?
No, the attendant, as customers come, will check off a sheet, just a little tick mark saying this vehicle, this hour, this another vehicle.
I got you.
And then we add them up. That's very crude, very basic. The other two sites, vehicle counters at the gate are measuring it. The North Berkeley Center is just something that we keep there more out of symbolism than anything. Where we just, there used to be a small site in North Berkeley, and due to budget cutbacks and other things, we lost that site, and we're not giving up on it. And it's just our way, if you will, of symbolically not giving up on it, is to keep it in our annual report. The next slide is the curbside that Apple Valley offers. That's referred to as single stream. That's cans and glass, plastic and paper. I'm sorry, not glass. They dropped glass due to the commodity market. And you can see a substantial growth in that. 2,411 households subscribe to the curbside program. It's important to point out that Apple Valley is required by their permits to bring that material to the Berkeley County program. So they do. They bring it. We have a building that they unload in, and as necessary, we load up roll-offs, and we determine where they're marketed to.
So 400% growth last year?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 20%.
It went from 1962 to 24 and 2411, so about 450 households picked up that. Next slide is a very positive indicator, so it's my favorite one, and I'll dwell on it a lot. The overall program tonnage. 5,729 tons, which is actually a little over 11.4 million pounds. That is a record year for the Berkeley County recycling program.
Does that include yard waste and all that?
That includes everything. There's 24 categories combined into that. That is the equivalent of 572 garbage trucks. Talking about the garbage truck that comes by your house as the compactor. If you max weight out one of those, divide it into that tons, that's 572 garbage trucks that this county's program kept out of the landfill.
1,500 trucks that would not be compacted pieces.
Right. If you were to look at it from a tractor trailer perspective, it gets a little bit more complicated. But yeah. So really proud of that number. That's a 15% increase from last year. Well, and I'm thrilled to see that. I think shows that we continue, even though we've been there a couple decades, that we continue to do something right. The next several slides, I don't have to go over them all, but there's 24 of them or so, and they're categories of items. 17 of the 24 categories showed an increase from last year, and 7 of them showed a decrease. The particular one that is right in front of you there is the cans, aluminum and steel cans. Saw an increase there, and if we just flip through them, you'll see paper was down, organic material was up. That would be your yard waste you asked about, brush, lumber, and food waste. All of that's lumped into the organic category. Glass bottles saw a very, very slight increase. Plastic, that's plastic bags, that's plastic bottles, that saw a decrease. And,
Rescue mission?
well, the county's material that we collect goes to the rescue mission.
Okay.
So no, it's not because of the rescue mission. What it is due to is that we dropped bulky items, or rigids as they're called, and we dropped black colored material. Folks might remember there was a lot of media coverage about this back in the summer. Southern Scrap was a recycler down in Winchester that announced they were going out of business at the end of the year. all recycling markets in this region used them for plastics, and we had to scramble. And we ended up putting together a program where we marketed to a company called Trigon, which is in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Now, Trigon makes lumber, plastic lumber. Resesta Furniture is where they sell their lumber to. It's outdoor furniture. But Trigon had certain rules about what they could accept. And so we had to change to accommodate that, which meant dropping a lot of rigid items. Most common example of a rigid item is a 5-gallon bucket. And we had to drop black colored plastic. That is why we saw a tonnage decrease.
You said we, who's we? Berkeley County Solid Waste?
Yes, Berkeley.
Jefferson County Solid Waste?
Well, everybody sort of did their own thing. Berkeley County Solid Waste Authority is who I meant when I said we. Jefferson County, they operate a transfer station. They had enough cash flow to market to Apple Valley in Williamsport, who has their own different rules. We could not afford that, quite frankly. Morgan County dropped plastics altogether and just don't provide that service anymore. Winchester and Frederick County, Virginia, went through several things where they're trying to evaluate. They're going to the Apple Valley MRF right now, but they're considering spending several $1 million in building their own MRF.
I'll tell you, plastic is a big part of my recycling.
Yep. It's big volume part of your recycling, not big weight. Right?
What's the guys that, what was that guy that ran Southern Scrap?
Mr. Washington, Mr. James Williams.
James.
Yeah, and he had a associate named James Washington that we interacted with. But Mr. Williams, he had been flirting for years to sell the place, and he said that he just reached an age where it was time for him to retire and enjoy life. And with the commodity market being the way it is, which is as bad as I've ever seen it in my 25 years of doing this, he said no one's going to buy it. It's not a good time to sell. I'm just going to shut it down at the end of the year. Yeah.
I did work for him 30 years ago.
Yeah. He started that business with his father.
Yeah.
And if he ever gave you a tour of the place, the first thing he took you to was an ancient baler that was their he and his father's first piece of equipment. And he was very proud of that. Still works and so on. Yeah. Scrap metal, appliances and such, all lumped together there, saw a big increase. That is probably due to Apple Valley. Some managers at Apple Valley decided in their own way they would try to help us with the commodity market, and they started bringing us scrap that would come to them. People would schedule Apple Valley to pick up a washer. Well, Apple Valley could have taken that and recycled it on their own, but instead they bring it to us and let us enjoy the revenue from it.
Do you have any agreements with Orsini or?
We don't.
Dun & Zybert or anything?
I happen to know that both those entities bring us cardboard, but we don't have any agreements except with Apple Valley. We do have some written agreements for the because their permit requires them to market to us. There are interagency agreements that define that. Electronics. Ms. Julia, you were asking about electronics. You can see there that it's just over 300,000 pounds this year, where at one time it was around 650,000 pounds. And that is exactly what you described earlier as this, what I call light weighting. The CRT weight, heavy glass weight, a lot of lead in that CRT is moving its way out. And we're seeing more and more of the lighter flat screens, LCDs, which are a lot easier and affordable to recycle. Berkeley County is exceptionally fortunate with electronics. We are one of the few recycling programs in the state that even accept electronics. And we can only do it because we have a relationship with a Manufacturers Association. The OEMs, the Panasonics and the Sonyas and stuff that make this equipment, they have an association that grants out programs to pay for the cost of electronics. And a very significant part of our county's recycling program is because of our relationship with MRN. Batteries down. Fluorescent lamps were also down. Liquids, that would be oil and antifreeze, is up. I think we're probably the only place in the county that I can think of that takes antifreeze from the public. There's a lot of automotive stores that'll take oil, and I'm grateful for that. But there is, I think we're the only one that takes antifreeze. And then the curbside tonnages, you can see the increase from that. It's actually 1.8 million pounds there, 900 tons that Apple Valley brought us last year. Any questions on the tonnages, the participation level there? Got a little bit more to say on recycling, but I'm going to pause there.
When you take your plastics, do you have extra bags that are there? Because last time I went, I couldn't find bags. I'm out.
Well, okay, yeah, that stinks. There should be a box at the end, and there should be bags in it. Yeah, we buy that clear bag, and it should have been available. But if that happens to you again, see if you can find the attendant. He might be loading mulch or something like that.
Yeah.
See if you can find him in those bags.
Yeah, I had a couple bags at home, and luckily I was, but I'm out now. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever, I'm trying to think, as you've been talking, years ago you had the bottles. Has there ever been a, like, try to create a grant where it, trying to see 5 cents or 10 cents per bottle or something, or per can, just to, you see people living on the streets and begging for money, which probably doesn't mean a darn thing that they're going to pick up waste, and we're trying to battle litter alongside the road. Has there ever been a program grant-wise that would pay per can or bottle or per pound of recycled trash? Really, that's
not that comes to mind, quite honestly.
There's a few states that do that.
There are container deposit laws. There's 10 or 12 states in the United States that across the country that you pay a nickel or a dime at the time of purchase, and then you can get that back when you return it.
Right.
West Virginia had that. There was a national bottle bill when you and I were kids. That's gone away. West Virginia, that would have to be an act of the legislature to implement some kind of deposit law. That's been tried at least 7 times in my time, and it's not a political issue or anything. It just doesn't get traction.
Have you ever thought about the cost that would be involved in that?
No, I haven't, frankly. I don't know. I guess off the top of my head, I don't know where, number one, we get the funding, to pay people. Because in the way the bottle container laws typically work, they're rebating you the money you paid up front.
They do it in Michigan in grocery stores, just like a vending machine, and everybody comes in there and they just feed them in, and it crushes them and accepts them and feeds you out a ticket, and you get it at the cash register.
So they have reverse vending machines.
Yeah, and that was in the early 70s, I guess. That came in law. 10 cents in Michigan. It's still
there today.
Still there today. Yeah.
But if you're living on $20 a day.
Right.
Imagine what that 10 cents was in 1970.
Right.
Today,
right.
Big difference between now.
That's how we funded. That's how West Virginia funded the medical schools with that program when it first started.
Yeah.
Recycling
at WVU. Yeah. There's still a 1 cent stamp at the state of West Virginia on top of metal cans. People don't even realize what it's for, but it's the fundamental. WVU, right? Yeah.
In 76, I think I made $2 an hour wage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
10 cents and.
But I mean, I think I'm talking legislative change and bottle bills. I don't think that's where you're going. I think you're thinking about a pool of money that would encourage people to bring their recyclables instead of tossing them off the side of the road, or maybe pick them up off the side of the road and bring
I'm
them.
thinking more of picking them up off the road, but the problem is you have people take advantage and say they're going to pick it up along the road, but it's actually when you're recycling customers. It really wouldn't matter, but
Yeah.
or I'm just going to go to the local bar and I'm going to pick up all the cans and throw them out back. But, it's just, there's got to be, have you ever done a study on cost, how much something like that would be?
No, yeah.
I mean, our community service, all the tonnage you're picking up, it's going to the dumpster at your site, which is going to Ensora, right?
The
It's being stored.
material that can be used for fuel is it's separated.
Right.
For what can go to Ensorga does, what has to go to landfill goes, and what has to be recycled is recycled.
That's probably helping your tonnage out too, right?
Some, yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
It's a huge amount of weight.
I mean, the community service folks bring us TVs all the time. And that's embedded in those tonnages, and but we don't separate cans and don't go to that detail.
No.
At the community service.
Seen where some county, and I forget what county it was, somewhere where they actually pay the homeless people by trash pickup, so much per bag that they gather up.
That's what I'm saying. There's got to be some creative way to get people the money that needs the money and also continue to help pick up our.
Right. Make a bigger program. Yeah. If you
that's
see
another-
that article or wherever you saw that at,
Something else for him.
Dan, if you see that article again,
Where it
share
was
it
at?
with me. Yeah, share it with me.
I don't remember where it was at. I'll have to ask my wife because we were driving somewhere and seen it. It might even billboard or might even been in a store or something it was in. But yeah, it was. I thought it was a good program to pay the homeless to do that.
The next slide is more on the dollars and cents from a big level. Last year, the council funded $52,900 to the recycling program, and we saved $288,193 with that money. We didn't actually save it. You didn't actually save it. The citizens and businesses of the county saved it by using our program. Otherwise, they would have had to pay for landfill fees for that material, and that's if you just assume the landfill would accept the material. A lot of items that we take in the county's program that landfills do not accept. A couple more charts on the economics. There's some pie charts there with both percentages and dollar figures.
Is Ensorga 16%?
Ensorga is the 16. The Ensorga lease is the 16%.
Yeah, I'm kind of losing the colors there.
Yeah, they exactly. You can see the biggest percentage of our income is still the commodity market at 19%. The county council and the Ensorga lease are actually the same at 16%. And I can go over the rest of them. Another one of those that are blue is the 9%. That's actually the host fee, the 50 cents per ton that goes to Ensorga and to LCS that we get.
That's going to continue to be 9%.
I don't know. That's up to them. That's out of our control, frankly. Are you referencing the legislation? Is that what you're? I don't know what to think about the legislation. House Jim and I were talking about it before the meeting. House Bill 4443. It's back down there, and it passed a committee. And there was a committee substitute. It was supposed to be a compromise between solid waste authorities and the DEP. And I felt good leaving that meeting and driving home. Felt great all the way home. Thought it was worth every minute of it to go down there. And the chairman of the committee has not even transmitted the substitute to the floor for it to go to the second committee. And we do not understand why. And I am in constant contact with Delegate Householder and Barrett, and actually spoke to Senator Blair today by phone about it, to see if we can figure out what the problem is. I personally am not a legislative expert by far, but I have never seen a bill pass a committee and then the committee chairman refused to turn it off to the next committee.
Who's the chair?
Gary Howe, Mineral County. He was a wonderful host when we were there and was critical to the negotiation that went on with the DEP and us and others in the room. But then it passed the committee unanimously. It seemed to have resolved all the outstanding issues. And basically what it did was, instead of doing $1 a ton now, it ratcheted it up over 5 years, 20 cents, 40 cents, 60 cents, until it reached $1, which gave the DEP 5 more years to finish those last few landfills, which they said was enough funding to do that. The only debate that seemed to exist after that was the distribution technique that was in the bill was based on population. So it was per capita distribution. So Kanawha County would have got the most, Berkeley the second, Mon County the third, and so on. If you're down that tier, if you're one of those low population counties, you're unhappy about that. You're encouraging a more flat distribution. Everybody gets the same kind of content.
But it's all about the waste that you're.
Exactly. It's about serving people and their waste stream. And that's.
A low populated county, 8,000 people, not
right.
produce as much waste as us at 120.
Of course. And they counter-argue our solid waste authority in Wirt County has the same costs that you do. No, you don't. You just don't. But that seemed to be the only debate that I thought was going to be an issue moving forward, was small counties versus the larger counties, if you will. And then we just, 10 days later, it's now been 14 days, and it still hasn't, he's not transmitted to House Finance. It's bizarre.
Has anybody talked to the chair?
Yeah, they have. Mon County delegates have, our delegates have, and no specific answer, just in the beginning, the answer was things like, well, you must be misreading the website. So there was a meeting that happened today with the Speaker of the House. And our delegation was to be part of that meeting, and I don't think this topic was the only purpose of the meeting, but it was part of it, and I have not heard back. Yeah. Can't explain that, but last year that same concept passed the legislature, passed the House with broad support, 95-5, and the governor vetoed it at the request of the DEP. So we were working hard to come to a compromise with the DEP so to avoid that veto at the end of the process. But we had it. So it's not over. Senator Blair made that very clear to me that hang tight. So we'll see. Any other questions on the pie charts? There's other sort of bar graphs, if you will, or line graphs, I'm sorry. And if you just look at the incomes, you can see there's some things trending up and some things trending down. The amount of funding that the Solid Waste Authority contributes to recycling is going way up, very clearly and only due to the Insorga lease income. You can see the amount that the council has funded is trending down, which has been, honestly, has been a long-standing goal of ours, is to try to become more independent. Commodity market, you can see it's dropped, and what we charge for fees has gone up. And when we charge for fees, it's usually only to a waste hauler. And then you can also see where our expenses are going up. So in your package should be our detailed request with a very, it's the same budget that we submit to, that our board reviews every month. There's nothing special about it. It's very, very detailed, got a lot of line items. We're preparing for a $345,000 budget for our recycling program, and have respectfully asked the council to consider an increase from 52.9 to 66.128. The only reason for that increase is the commodity market. One example of the commodity market today, I mean, 2 years ago, we were getting $12,000 to $15,000 a year for cardboard. Today, we get 0 for cardboard, and then we have to pay the transportation fee to get it to the recycling market. So it's about a $10,000 cost. You can see the big swing from $12,000, $20,000 swing to where you have to pay out. So
you know, every year I gotta ask the same question.
yeah,
So in Florida 2 years ago was 0, this year is $50,000. Are you saying the commodity market is, how do we continue to ask for the same amount of money?
we're actually asking for an increase from the council.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread your application.
Yeah, we 52.9. You can treat it the same if you'd like. In fact, I'd appreciate that. But we're asking for an increase. We're asking to go back to the prior fiscal year of 66,128. And let's talk about Insorga. The amount of funds that we get from Insorga, the Insorga lease, ratcheted up 1 year to the next year, and then it. And next year, this fiscal year that we're talking about, it does not go up from the current fiscal year. Now, in fiscal year 22, I think I got that right, next year, it does go up. It goes up substantially, and it stays there for 5 years. But fiscal year we're talking about here, fiscal year 21, it does not increase. There is no increase from Insorga.
Well, the only reason why I say that is because our ultimate goal for anybody that's coming in front of us to ask for money is to get them, and we had that conversation 34 years ago, is become self-sustaining. And so, hoping that's still our goal.
It is, absolutely, absolutely. It was a frustrating moment for our board to realize that because the commodity market has changed our plan for the moment. I mean, our desire to get off the tax dollar or to lower we're on the tax dollar goes back a decade. And if you go back to that line graph, you can very distinctly see where we started either by saving, we just implemented measures to do that.
And my comments aren't directed as not being appreciative of what you and your board do, because I'm very, very appreciative of what y'all do. You do a wonderful job, do the best in the state. My job.
Yep. And I get that. You folks have a lot of pressures from a lot of other good programs. We're very, very grateful for what you've done. There is no doubt. I know what other solid waste authorities get from their county commissions. You guys stand head and shoulders above other counties.
Thank you for saying that. Sometimes we don't get that recognition.
In fact, you've won Recycling Champion Award.
He's trying to get money, Doug.
You've won Recycling Champion.
So some of the other ones, but they don't give you no credit.
Yeah. There are some counties, the small ones, that get 0. Morgan County, their county council, their county commission very rarely gives their county recycling program funds. They live and die on grants. Of course, we just can't do that here in this situation.
You've grown, what, about almost 20% in the last 10 years?
Talking about participation or tonnage?
The size of everything, what you're doing. How much has your budget grown in the last 10 years?
Well, it has gone from about 200,000 to about 340,000 in the last decade. Yeah.
I was looking at some of your tonnage. I think your total tonnage or whatever, that's about everything. Wasn't that about 20 or 10% more? I guess 10% more than it was 10 years ago.
2009, 7, 8, 9. Well, we were well under. We were around 3,800 tons in 2009, and now we're at 57. We're approaching 6,000 tons. So,
take it one step further. You're in the last decade. You went from 200 and what?
The dollar amounts?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be visible in that graph right there. 2000, just go back to around 2012, we were about 245,000.
And you're at 340 now?
Yeah, we're about $100,000 more.
What about your expenses in the same time frame?
That is the expense.
What's about the revenue?
Our incomes would be equal to our expenses.
Yeah, right.
There's no extra money.
No, I know that, but I'm thinking that your expenses are exceeding the growth of your income. or about
Expenses are going
Their
faster.
expenses are, the expenses, well, the income's keeping up with the
Sure, it'd be in
expenses.
the red instead of the black.
Right, right. But just barely. Just barely. I don't have a chart or the numbers in front of me. It would have to be an accumulation of this income chart to show you our income.
You see, that's kind of the example for Consort. You know, you're getting more money from Consort, and your commodities going up. So
Okay, I think I hear all of you're saying is Insorga has brought us additional revenue, no question about that. The commodity market has collapsed. The revenues we're getting from that has collapsed and
went the other way.
Exactly.
You're getting
Gone
a
down.
check, now you gotta pay.
Right.
Like you said, cardboard's $20,000 for
Right. And it's literally across the board except for metals. Metals are fine. I
So-
love them.
From our private conversation we had 5 years ago, and Florida was going to be self-sustainable.
Haven't got there yet.
The reason why it hasn't been yet is because of the commodity.
Well, okay, yes, but there's an additional factor. I mean, Insorga is ramping up still. I mean, they're done. They opened last year and they started the commissioning process and so on. But their tonnage levels that's coming in is not, but even half of where they want to be.
Well, it wasn't going to be cut you out, it was a phase out.
Yes,
Phase out.
yeah. Oh, yeah. And I think, as I indicated before, with the additional lease revenue next year, the request from the Solid Waste Authority and from in all probability should be less. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I do have some slides on the county's litter program also. We'll only take a couple minutes here.
Sure. We are behind, so.
I'll jump ahead to the one titled Litter Enforcement Complaints. You can see that we received exactly 100 complaints from the public last year. Most of those would have been forwarded to the Sheriff's Department, some to the Department of Highways, depending on the specific situation.
It went down from a peak of 350 down to 100.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Adopt a Highway, there's 100 roads adopted in the county, and 47 of those groups are active. The PPOD program, the Pollution Prevention and Open Dump Program, that is a state-funded program. I'm really, really proud of that. We put a lot of pressure on that program this year, and you can see I was not happy about, in 2018, they only cleaned up 2 open dumps in our county. And complained clear to the top of REAP about it. And as a result, they cleaned up 18 open dumps in Berkeley County at their expense last year. 7 of those were tire piles, 11 were open dumps. Tire collection event, 11,274 tires that we took in for free last year in the spring and fall event. Again, that's those were free to the public. That's a grant that we get from REAP, and it was funded. It's $19,000 grant, essentially, that Berkeley County attracted.
And they still landfill?
Tires.
Wasn't there a question we had?
Yeah, they're chipped into pieces and put into a monofill, landfill for tires. Yeah.
Why did we take a major drop?
On tires?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can remember why.
I think the grants weren't available.
I thought there's some dispute, they only wanted to do one.
Yeah, exactly. We used to have 3 times a year we would take tires. It's a 2-day event in the spring. They cut us back to 1 day, and we argued and debated and pushed and shoved, and last year we're fortunate to get us 2 days. The last couple slides were the stream cleanup program and the roadside cleanup program. The stream cleanup program, we pulled 785 items out of our streams and lakes last year. That is a program, and there's no tax dollar in that program. That is funded by the Chesapeake Bay Initiative through West Virginia and makes its money back to us. Sadly, that money runs out on July the 1st. I'm scrambling now to see if I can push back and see if we can continue that, but we're going to hit the streams this spring as soon as the weather allows, and we will, as it stands right now, we will have to be out by June 30th. roadside cleanup program, you folks know as much about that as I do. It wouldn't exist if not for you folks, but you can see that the number of items, 3,582 items were disposed of, were brought by the community service program to the solid waste. And so we have also submitted a budget request of $9,500 for the litter control program. So there's $9,500 for litter control and $66,128 for the recycling. Any questions, criticism, ideas?
Somebody trash without going up.
Yeah, tough business.
Any other questions?
Thanks.
Yep, you're welcome. Thank you for your time.
See you on Saturday.
Okay.
Thank you.
What is the date?
Painting on Saturday.
Okay, well, I'll see somebody.
What is the date?
Bring the one. Drop off.
She usually drops.
Yeah. Take this trash. Next on our agenda is Mary Beth Blair Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival budget presentation for 2020-21. Been a while since I've seen Miss Blair. How y'all doing?
Hello, thank you all so much for allowing us to be here. I was just reminiscing with Courtney. This is Courtney Combs. She is our secretary.
Good.
How 28 years ago my dad set up here.
Yes.
And it feels like history. Always does. It doesn't feel like that. It's been that much time since he's on. What was the
Yeah.
Thank you all for your time.
And
I
one
know
of the best sheriffs we've had in my lifetime.
the best. I'm not biased.
Okay. I agree with you. I being up here, I gotta be a little different.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and allow us to ask for money again. And this is my first time being here. Our president, Susan Snowden, is on vacation this week. And so Courtney and I are here to represent her and the board. I sit on the board now and handle publicity. No surprise there, right? I've been on 2 years. Courtney's been on a little longer than I have been. But we greatly appreciate your support for this festival. And being a newer board member, I can say, even as a lifelong resident here, I had no idea, number one, what all was involved in the festival until I became a part of the board and how much the board works as an all-volunteer board. And you know, we pay no executive director fees. Every bit of money we raise goes back into the festival. But really, the past 2 years have been so rewarding to me to be involved and help promote this. And I'm so excited about the future of it as well, because I think we have so much more we can do with it. And so every bit of money that we raise is important in terms of promotion and advertising and getting more people there. We are here, you have our budget and you have what we're asking for. We greatly appreciate anything that you can do. And Courtney and I are here just to, you know, answer any questions. We also underwent last year a rebranding of our festival in terms of our logo. Oh yes, I brought a couple of our books with us in case you didn't have a chance to get one of those last year. And it's exciting because we are now, it was our 40th festival last year, and we celebrated with the theme, There's No Place Like Home. And we're going to keep that in place because we feel like our festival, what is so important about it is that it celebrates our heritage, our agricultural roots, not only in Berkeley County, but in Jefferson and Morgan County. And we feel it's an extremely important, if you go back to the early days of when this festival was founded, it was founded to celebrate our heritage. And I would hate to see something like this, even in our modern day, go away, and that our community would not have an opportunity to be a part of understanding, and we try to educate through the festival. Courtney can talk to that. Yeah, so as you can see, what we hope to see a cleanup report. To brag on those young ladies for a moment, the cleanup report we're all very active in their just today we actually have a Jefferson right now, so something like but she was at high school teaching an Apple project with one of their classes. So she was with them just in school next selling out.
Yeah.
The sports business, that our grant of coordination of law. All wonderful. Spring every year. And this year we're excited too. We always bring in a celebrity, and that takes a lot of money. I don't know if you've ever seen a price tag on one of those, but they're very expensive, and we've strategically selected someone who can speak to our opioid crisis in the community, and we feel like he is going to have huge impact at all of our events. We even spent a little bit more this year to keep him here longer so he can have more interaction with the youth. We haven't announced it yet, but I can tell you, but I'll tell you that it's Daryl Strawberry. And we're very excited. If you go on his social media, you'll see that he is an extremely incredible motivational speaker, Christian, and he talks about with all transparency, he talks about his life, and he is a great motivational speaker. And we are so excited that he will be able to pour into the student athletes as well as the community. He's staying for all of our events this year. That's a change. A lot of times they would leave after the breakfast. We're having him stay. We made him write it into his agreement to stay Saturday to go to our Arts and Crafts Festival so that he could meet young people and sign autographs and encourage and inspire. So it would take a long time to explain, and I know all of you are familiar with the festival, so we really don't have to do that other than just to, if you have questions, we certainly entertain anything that you have to ask of us of how your money is spent. It is definitely spent, I feel, very wisely as you invest. We are bringing people in from out of town. We're filling hotels, we're filling restaurants, we're filling the streets of Martinsburg with the parade. So I feel like it's a win-win for us, the community, and the county as a whole.
Arts and crafts back out to the fairgrounds years ago too, which is out further. There anymore. Going down to the ground.
So it looks like you're asking for $5,000.
Or more if you'd like to give us that. We'll use it.
I'll tell you what Mr. Davis told me the other day. We have $3 million more requests than we have.
I'm sure. We respect that. Well, we will graciously accept whatever you have budgeted for
Yeah,
us
I think
and use it wisely.
Last year, I think we only gave $340. Is that? No, last year wasn't asked for anything. Yes.
Not according to our records, we received 500. Yes.
500.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, it is a wonderful festival, and I know many people that served on that board and are very dedicated.
Yes.
Thank you both. Oh. Anybody have any questions?
I had the privilege of driving an incremental one too.
Wow.
Privilege of wearing out a pair of pants and shoes at a dance one year out
Oh,
in
yes.
sliding across the concrete.
I would definitely recommend if you've never participated in any of the activities. One of the things that last year we increased our publicity significantly. We went on TV 10 and the radio station every week to try to educate and encourage involvement in our community, telling people what's involved. And one of the things that I just can't say enough of, as having experienced it now. Like I said, I grew up in this county, and all I ever really knew about the festival was the parade, because I marched in it, But oh my goodness, to be a part of every aspect as a county council person, I would highly recommend try your best to experience that. You walk away with a lot of good feelings and warmth and pride about your community, and you might even split a pair of pants at the ball. It's a lot of fun. And
or marched in the band. I was told not to just fake it. Just fake it.
Well, just participate. That's what I would say. It's a great community celebration. We're honored to be part of it.
All right. Well, thank you both.
Thank you so much.
Dedication.
Thank you.
All right. All right, next on our agenda will be Bill Clark, Executive Director of Eastern Panhandle Planning and Development Council, Region 9. Good afternoon. Wonderful.
How are you, Bill?
Well, you know, I don't know if y'all have ever noticed, but you always have your budget and board of equalization during cold and flu season. And, I always feel like I'm under the weather
Legislative session too.
when I come in here. I don't know, but hey, nice to see you. Hi, Penny and Elaine. Good to see you all, and gentlemen. We're back 7 years now. Hard to believe I've been around that long, but I just wanted to thank you all for all the previous funding you've done for us, and appreciate your support and your leasing of space upstairs and all that. We try not to be bad tenants. We've
A lot
complained.
of noise coming in from up there.
I'm sorry?
A lot of noise.
Yeah, it's a noise place. Actually, it's kind of sweet. In my old days, it seemed like everyone wanted to come see me here. No one does. It was like no one comes up third floor unless they mean business.
He's where Andy wants to be.
Probably. We're back. We basically are asking for the same requests as we have the last 5 years or so. I think we're basically the Region 9 funding is based on per capita head counts, and it's census data, and it's partially through the West Virginia State Code. We'd like for you to look at our request as a total package, as opposed to the separation of the MPO and the Region 9 and the environmental. We've consolidated and basically made it all what we do. And quite honestly, we hired Matt as a full-time employee as opposed to a contractor, and I think we're doing some pretty crazy good things when it comes to, I think we tallied up our total projects for just what we're involved in right now, and it's like $36 million, and that's based on, that's region-wide, and I'm sure there's a couple projects that we can't get finished that have been lingering, but I can think of $7 million in Jefferson County right off the bat, but those are big numbers in terms of what we get to work with, and that we passed out the statewide product we give to the legislature. Well, not yet. We give a return on investment report to every year to the state, because we get each region, all 11 region councils get like $35,000, I think it is, or something in that 34. And we proved to them that, making that investment is worth it. And we leverage the money that you give us, all the communities give us, and that state money, and we get federal, and it gives you a good idea. There's a little graph there, a circle graph that shows all the regional councils, and I can guarantee you we're the weakest of all of them in terms of, I'm not bragging now, but we are, when it comes to the other regional councils, they're in areas that are qualified for getting funds, and it's much more difficult for us. I have to be very creative. We did an EDA request for the Harold Drive planning, which is about to get started, I believe. We're going to be soon doing an RFQ.
I did get your email.
I tried to give you an extensive, you see where I'm headed with everything.
Yeah. It was pretty extensive.
Yeah, I try to be that way. Have to be. But basically, Berkeley County, it's very difficult for us to get you to qualify. So what we did, we were the applicant on that application. We used the entire regional data to convince them to give us the money. The same way we'd have to do it possibly the next time. But we're willing to do that. I don't really like being the applicant or the grantee. It's not something we normally do, but we do it with a lot smaller stuff, put it that way. Just because of the fact that, and I made a rookie mistake years ago. As a county administrator, once county administrator, I know better, but I made a rookie mistake trying to be a great manager. I cut the air quality budget down, and I took it down to 0 for a year for you guys, for everybody, because I noticed we had stockpiled a balance, and I've never recovered from that. So I ask every year for the 11,000, and at that time it was like $80,000 budget. I'm looking for a $30,000 total budget, and an $11,000 that is based on the per capita. You're always our biggest participant because of your population. But anyway, if you could consider that, we'd really appreciate that. And I'm gonna let him be brief, but talk a little bit about air quality. He's got something to show you for some of the statistics.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. Matthew Pennington with the Regional Planning Council, Region 9. Just a quick white paper to go out with air quality. Put together just a small graph of the trends that have been happening since we've been tracking it since 2015. Overall, it's doing very well, with the exception of 2018, which meteorologically speaking was a kind of a East Coast phenomenon here. Yeah, so I was thinking about why that number popped up in 2018. Just barometric pressure, the humidity that was going on with all those rain events, and probably had some interesting results to the monitoring that occurred. So, but the reason I bring that up is that it's significantly gone down since 2015. And I think there's a number of things that are happening. The congestion mitigation projects that are happening on transportation certainly are helping. The MPO is working diligently on identifying good projects and sequencing and queuing traffic lights that reduces congestion, widening lanes, allow mobile emission sources to be cut. Additionally, with mobile sources, we have changeover in fleet every year of personal vehicles, but also commercial vehicles as well. So transitioning to cleaner emitting cars and trucks, as well as some alternative energy sources on those vehicles. Well, every year they seem to be gaining more and more wheels on the road. So that's going to continuously drive down your emission standards in that regard. But I did notice a couple interesting things here. Is that in the wintertime you seem to be getting 38% of your moderate days. And that's what this graph indicates. It's all the moderate days. Every other day that's not moderate is good. You had no bad or unhealthy days. But something got me thinking that 38% in the wintertime maybe from household heating. So wood burning, particulate matter, maybe old diesel, heating oil furnaces. There could be even old coal furnaces out there that people are still utilizing. And so maybe that's why you're seeing these trends go down in the fall, spring, and summer. But those are still remaining higher because that fleet isn't changing over, for instance. So, if the council wants to entertain ideas on how to maybe cut back some of those winter air quality moderate days, there could be a number of ideas that are out there in terms of energy efficiency programs, bringing in more to prop those up and get people utilizing less energy during the winter, which would relate to cleaner air quality during the winter months.
A couple agencies that work with that, Telemon.
Right.
And I think that encouraging participation or broadening the program would help to some extent.
I agree. And bringing those folks and doing a little bit more education and outreach, and like you said, advertising the availabilities of those services that are out there. Most of those that I've looked at are for low income eligibility levels, which is great, because those are probably the households that can't afford to convert to a newer, more efficient burning system in their household. So that's a brief update on air quality. Overall, I think it's looking excellent. Continue doing the things that you're doing. I talked about green infrastructure, the being able to cover multiple situations, covering multiple causes. Green infrastructure, trees, shrubs, those all go help your air quality, but also go to help your water quality, your Chesapeake Bay program, and your source water protection plan. So that's
Matt and I had discussed the green program a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
And ways to develop tree cover in the county. We discussed it back and forth. Came up with
Yeah, there's a number of initiatives. Obviously, at the county level, one of the easiest ones in terms of money would be to dedicate some sort of land development ordinance where a certain percentage of the properties that go into development would need to fulfill some sort of tree canopy requirement. So maybe 10% of the total acreage of the development would have to be in some sort of tree canopy that's preserving trees that are already existing or planting new ones development codes. And this is basically like a landscaping code. You know, it could improve land values. It could improve the sellability of those properties. But essentially, putting the developers more on be more responsible for replacing the trees that they're removing. That's one way. Other ways are a lot of agricultural programs that are available to some of your residents. I'm currently working with the Farmland Protection Board to educate those easement holders on programs that they're already eligible for through the United States Department of Agriculture. We'll be planting trees along stream sides and also fencing out some of the livestock on those properties if that's what they're currently producing. So we've gotten a better handle on some of that USDA, those USDA programs, and want to continue to promote that. Like Councilman Barnhart was suggesting, identifying the programs that are out there and really promoting and educating those who are eligible to participate. Outside of air quality, just dipping toe in the Chesapeake Bay, West Virginia is looking very strong right now. There doesn't appear to be any indication that we're going to miss our targets by 2025. It looks like we're on track if we continue to implement the same level that we've been doing since 2011. You all have taken significant steps, I would say, in not only the wastewater side, but this year in the stormwater side. I do understand and respect the difficulty of a lot of those decisions in the county. But the good news is I think that collectively we can work to find how that dollar can be leveraged for future grants that come in through the Chesapeake Bay program, as well as some other nonprofits. Now that you have some a full-time staff and ability to kind of put those dollars to work out in the community through some capital improvements, maybe some identify flooding areas. I know Route 11 was brought up. Route 11 side was brought up a couple times during those stakeholder sessions, finding solutions to resolve some of those issues so those dollars get put back in the community.
Do they ever add air quality into, I think you already said it, into traffic flows? I mean, I was trying to over step you used talk a little bit. I mean, the inwood bypass alone could improve air quality in that area.
Absolutely.
With all the idle vehicles, and now they're not idle, they're moving on. And I always said, I gotta be careful how I say this, but if you could assure the people that you're gonna be moving rather than setting, you can afford to increase your fuel tax and still save them money.
Absolutely. Because you're getting 0 miles per gallon when you're sitting in traffic.
Exactly.
If you're moving, you're getting, 25 to 45, depending on what you drive.
Right. Is there any grants coming, or one of the things I always talk about too, our truck traffic on 81 is just growing because of the Panama Canal and everything else going on, and the ports is close by, and businesses coming back to the United States. Do you see the federal government coming out with some type of grants for truck parking? They talked about for years about being able to trucks, instead of sitting there idle, they just plug into 110 outlet and turn the truck on.
I've not come across any of those. I can certainly work with the MPO to identify some. There used to be a congestion or CMAQ grants, a couple other small pocket grants. It's an interesting idea. I'll look into it for you and see if anything pops up.
Yeah, I mean, the sad part about it is it takes a huge amount of impervious area to do parking lot for tractor trailers.
Yeah.
Well, why aren't we installing electric services at the rest stops?
I think it's been discussed.
Huh?
It's been discussed.
Yeah, you gotta, how are you gonna pay for all that?
Grants for one, and the other one is you pay for, pay for the daggone trucks and diesel fuel to sit there and idle. It's gotta be less to hook up to an outlet.
Mr. Governor, 981 Coalition, I believe that in Virginia, that area they're looking at, because basically the way things are, it's only stretching West Virginia, looking from Virginia with this parking area.
Maryland's less than us.
It's less than us, but I'm just saying that they're looking farther north and farther south as far as the big parking area. At least that was in the meetings I was in.
I think you mainly need to look where's the truck traffic, the volume of truck traffic starts. and figure out a spot for 8 hours of rest, and that 8 hour job, and it's not so much how much interstate you have on 81, more so what's the track route,
Right.
or the truck route, you know, as most of the trucks starting in New York and coming this way, they're starting down in Panama and coming up this way, or they're starting in Berkeley County and going out, you know, first thing I would do is do a study of where does the traffic start and where's the sweet spot.
There's a great study on that.
Well, the other thing too, Bill, is the other thing is affordability of land. You know, where's but thing is right. It's not you're not going to put in one of these big parking lots and put electric in there without some type of grant or subsidies. You're not going to do it. There's no
You
way.
gotta have, and that's just to replenish a permanent funding source. So you gotta come up with a permanent funding source, and then you can pay for it with a grant, but you gotta still have to have something to back it up.
Well, at that
You know?
point, yeah, at that point in time, it's got to become self-sustainable, and that's going to be how much does it cost for a truck to idle for 6 hours or 8 hours? I mean, put it this way: we're paying to sustain our rest areas, right? I mean, this is no different than a rest area that's being paid for by the state, other than it's going to be the size of P&G's parking lot.
One right up there by Spring Mills, don't they just use that for truck,
That's truck
trucks
parking.
now?
That's just truck parking.
That's just truck parking.
But even then, if at those points, there's no reason that we shouldn't to run electric in those spots would be very affordable.
I had a meeting in Jefferson. I hope the whole circus could be here so we could actually talk about that, like anything you can.
That's it. I mean, there's a big air quality thing.
Well, another big air quality, you know, the funny thing that I see is, in Sorga here, talk about the quality coming out of the plant all the time, yet every one of them carrier trucks comes out of there, and the first half a mile stretch, there's an enormous amount of product that blows off of the truck
the smoke.
because they don't clean the trucks before they come out of the plant. And I'm sure if you set something up going east and west right off of their entrance, the first half mile, you would see way more suspended air particles in the air than you do after you get out a little bit, because it's an enormous amount. And then obviously it's on the road. I mean, sometimes it almost looks like you're going through a fog there, but there's so much dust. I drive that road all day, back and forth all the time, and every truck I see come out of there, unless it's raining, has an enormous amount of dust coming off.
That's interesting. I haven't been out to the site in quite a while. Are there roadways paved out there?
What's that?
Are there roadways paved?
I'm talking back on the site. Now I'm talking about product. I'm talking about product in their filling process that gets on top of the
I
tanks,
understand.
and then they pull out and go up down Route 9. There's an enormous amount.
They're not covering their loads.
They're tanker trucks.
Tanker, they're closed, but it's the blowbacks on top.
Okay.
What did I say, in Sorga? I'm sorry, I didn't mean Sorga. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, Argas. Yeah. No. I said in Sorga. We were talking about that before you guys. Yeah.
They have a big wash thing that the truck has to go through.
I'm telling you, they ain't going through it. They're not.
That's a huge amount of water coming out of that thing. And
There's no way possible they're going through a wash. And when I get behind them trucks and see the amount of product coming off.
Yeah, it's right behind where they're doing all them storage buildings where it's at.
Well, I do. I mean, it's probably an every couple day event. Next time I'll film it with my phone, show it to you.
Well, it's worth exploring. That just sounds like a best management practice for industry, just to remind folks to wash your truck off before, after you load it up. It couldn't hurt to reach out and see if industry would be interested in sending their folks over to participate some workshop like that. Everyone needs a little bit of a refresher every once in a while. So if they have the infrastructure, they're just not using it. Seems pretty reasonable to just bring them in and say, hey, we've noticed this. Like your support, cooperation, and commitment to doing this. Any other questions on air quality or Chesapeake Bay or stormwater?
Is everybody on the Chesapeake Bay stuff, are they communicating? It's sort of like we had the soil conservation officer here, and they're ahead of what Chesapeake Bay Initiative was expecting to be at. I hope all the groups, and I know Matt, I talked to you a lot about the stormwater side, all the groups in communication with each other to make sure to give a complete report rather than just a report on their.
To give a complete report, who would be receiving that report?
I'm just thinking, I mean, when.
Here's an example, and when they first initiated all that Chesapeake Bay stuff up in Maryland, east of here, they did this, the issue with keeping the animals out of the streams. And
Okay.
so for the last year and a half, 2 years, I've heard that what they did up there is they actually had federal funding for fences, they had wells, those type of things, and I've heard for the last couple of years that there is no funding in our area for that, but yet, Floyd was talking about they have funding to do just that.
You're talking about that's known as a conservation reserve enhancement program for alternative wells, fencing.
Right.
Those are the USDA programs I was talking about opening up eligibility for to some of those landowners. You're correct that for a while that the Farm Bill funding for that particular program was on hold for quite some time. It was reopened just recently, so that we do anticipate being able to utilize those funds again. That is an excellent program, because essentially that would pay for 90% of the practices. If you got 90% of the cost of drilling a well and building 1,000-foot of fence and stabilizing an entryway for your cattle, that's not too bad. But it also goes a little bit better because they'll pay you a per acre rate to build a streamside buffer along there and plant trees along. And I can do pretty basic math, but typically that rate's going to be about $77 per acre. If you look at what corn's going for after production costs, corn's about $55 an acre. That's not too bad to get $22 more an acre without doing too much except maintaining some trees versus keeping your fingers crossed, hoping the deer don't eat all your corn or drought comes along and kills everything else. So those programs are out there. We're actually working diligently. I sent out invitations it was on Tuesday to invite 44 farmland protection owners and their families out to a dinner to learn about how they can participate in that program and hopefully bring them to understand the financial benefits, but also the ecological benefits and the conservation benefits to their farm operation. So those are great ideas. And to answer your question, yes, we do communicate with all those agencies. The reason I was asking is that we might not report directly to you, but everyone in the state of West Virginia that's working on Chesapeake Bay practices reports all those practices back to the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection. They're sort of the aggregator of all of the information and all the practices that are going on. So anytime you have a development go in and someone puts in rain gardens or does some sort of stormwater practice, that all gets reported typically through the MPDS permit process. But then there's also voluntary practices that get reported from all the agencies. And we're on calls every quarter. We're getting constant updates, and then we report that back to the EPA. And so they're the big guys that are they're kind of the referee to make sure all the 6 states are playing the game correctly and meeting their milestones. And right now, West Virginia is doing all that.
All right, thank you both.
You're very welcome.
The numbers I had, Matt, is West Virginia's leading the pack as far as being close to everything.
Yeah.
What was the other thing? In fact,
Yeah.
we were ahead of the game this past year.
So far, we're doing very well. Game's not over yet.
No.
We're about 2/3 of the way through it. But yes, we are one of the better performers out of the 6 states in DC. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Good to see you, Matt.
I will.
Thank you.
All right.
My wife sent me a message, I sent her a message back, said, yeah, I'm still in session. She said, yeah, I just watched
All right,
you on
next on our
Facebook
agenda
talking
is the
about your
Honorable John
tracks."
Small Jr., the Godfather, County Clerk of Berkeley County.
So she's watching.
How about get to work? Mess around on Facebook.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon to you,
Thank you.
sir.
Council members and secretaries and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to appear here and present my budget. There's not much change from this year's budget to next year's budget. Administrative assistant helped a great deal with it, and she looked over it, and we figured that we could get by another year practically on the same budget amount we're operating now. And we took into consideration raises, but we'll leave that up to you gentlemen and ladies. That
I think we've been doing a pretty good job lately.
yes, and if you have the money there, well, we expect our boostful, and if you don't have it, well, can't do nothing about it.
Can't ask for more than that, John.
So,
And I think your office is one of the offices over the last several years that's seen the most of that pay raise. So, I don't think, and anybody have any questions for him, John, on the 402? As he said, it's exactly the same as it was last year,
Yes, sir.
except for the increase for the payroll that we gave to the county clerk's office. Is that correct?
you all got the copy of everything, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, county clerk, anybody have any questions on 402?
No, sir.
413, county clerk election, Mr. Small,
Same.
same thing.
Yes, our big election, of course, is coming up.
All right,
But
Don,
I think we got enough to buy with.
Donnie and staff are doing a wonderful job there.
Yeah, sure, and this morning they mailed us, the Board of Education mailed us $88,000 so odd dollars
To reimburse for the
to
special
reimburse
election.
for it, and it's already, been, I think, presented.
So you're in the black again.
Yeah. We wrote a letter where what lines it came off of, because you're all guidance.
Uh-huh.
Put it on.
All right,
Did you get it, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So anybody have any question for Mr. Small on 413? All right, 421, civil service, sir?
As far as I'm concerned, it's about the same as
Okay.
it was last year. It seems to me that it's cut down a little bit from what it was at one time, it was suing somebody every week.
Right, right.
Get that right.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. We actually, just so you understand, or know, we just, confirmed with the sheriff and the chief that we was going to apply for a cops grant. They were asking for 5 additional deputies. We agreed to do 3 because of the cost to outfit the vehicle and all that
Yeah.
stuff. But part of that criteria on that grant is they gotta be fully staffed. So, and that's a big hindrance because when you have 60 deputies, it's very difficult to be fully staffed all the time. So, and I know they're just going through the civil service. I think y'all had 31 people pick up packets. Right. Physical fitness tests. Yeah. Mr. Davis said it was on his end of the county. He'll probably show up that day.
Okay. How many have you gone over and run with them?
I did that with the fireman, but he never showed up.
I was there. I was cheering you on.
Al's everywhere.
I drove by.
That's right.
I can tell you, John, by the time I got done, I thought they were gonna have to give me some of the oxygen they had. But, anyway, hopefully, I think as I talked to the sheriff and the chief, it looks like things are hopefully, our public safety police officers,
Yeah.
mainly are starting to be recognized for a good job.
They do a good job, and the ones I've come across are very polite and professional in their duty, so.
Yeah, well, at a national level, they were being beat down pretty hard for a while,
Uh-huh.
and hopefully, I think that's
Two
starting
more,
to
two
turn.
more were shut down.
Yeah, yeah.
Baltimore.
Yeah.
Haven't caught the man yet.
So, on that, it's $15,000 this year, and, any questions for 421?
Nope.
You have any questions for us, Mr. Small?
No, sir.
Do you have any advice for us since you've been here longer than anybody? Matter of fact, let me rephrase that. You have any recommendations or advice for being here longer than all of us put together?
Well, live a clean life, I guess.
That ship sailed for most of you.
Well,
you know, when I was first appointed, and then I was elected. And, appointed in 71, then I was elected in 72. Judge Vincent, I called me upstairs. I thought, what have we done now? I know we had a little disagreement doing the recount then. And he said, sit down, Small, shut the door. I shut the door, and he congratulated me and said he was sorry that he upset me, and I apologized to him. And he said, well, he said, we get along all right together. He said, I want to give you 3 things to do. And he said, you'll be here till the kitchen. Not those kind of words. Cleaned up a little bit, don't they? So he said, never look underneath the table for trouble. Don't enter in city politics. And always be courtesy to the public and service. You'll stay there, the hair brown carries your way.
Definitely has gone your way, sir. And it's my pleasure to be able to serve with you.
Me too, and I tell you, I think the Iowa caucus could use our people to do the counts, because it's been all week and they can't get the numbers yet.
They don't have them out yet, do they?
No, they don't.
All right. Well, you have a wonderful day, Mr. Small.
Yes, sir. Shake your old hands and friendship and cooperation. Everything.
Kind of curious about that. Don't enter city politics. But
I feel
I think that we can improve them.
Dr. Tony that day,
Great
kept us helped up, but there's no problem to run again.
There you go.
That all depends on the taxpayer again.
Good to see you, John.
Yes,
Sir, my pleasure.
Well, it's my pleasure.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate
You should
you.
have told that doctor you just didn't want to run, you wanted to walk through it.
Well, he told me if I had any trouble, just to call,
Simply say that.
where's I didn't have,
And then we'll say.
President.
Did you figure?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The Don?
the Don.
I mean, if we ought to ask them to sign, we ought to just, that's what Andy should say. Well, we'd like.
I'd like to shake your hand. And then, they also was running, and they did.
How much took you to my
Will it be any good?
I'm surprised.
How much y'all wanna
You
know?
were there at the Super Bowl. They were talking about that.
She said you'll get me to
I'm gonna go shake your hand, come down.
Y'all have a good evening.
All right, you too.
Thank you very much for your
Yeah,
time.
I didn't hear that part, but that woman is.
She's falling off the walls.
But she has constituents.
I've got one more. Did you want some of the other paper?
Which one?
I haven't signed that one page.
No, I haven't signed that one for the,
Yeah, can you all sign it so I can give it to her to take back? You taking it back down?
Okay, I haven't seen it yet. Where it is. You haven't? I don't
I
have
had
it.
it.
I've never seen it.
check with Jim's palm.
Did you read that thing that,
I've never seen it.
Yeah, no, yeah, I read part of it this morning. I don't have any problem sending something.
I sent it to Alan. I forwarded it to Alan.
I never have.
Look at it.
And give it to him.
Been inside.
Is this the medical cannabis thing?
Yeah, I did a new
Well,
page,
there's a bunch of them laying.
but I did a new page 3 with a signature and gave it to him.
I don't have
Yeah,
it.
this one, he started signing.
Well, I got it all mixed up everything else. Sorry, Jim.
Mike's
Huh?
Yeah, we're still in.
We're still in session. Where's that? Oh.
You get the dog, huh?
I don't think ask us.
I don't know. At least you don't have to take it out to go.
You need it more than he does, huh? Never been.
They're rolling down there. Lauren's got like longer, but he always wants it for something.
Just in case. Just in case.
Kim, how you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful.
She's walking the dog there, Doug. You see, she's got.
I'm in charge of Abigail. That one they're silent, I have a sticky note with you. That one has to be,
Sealed.
reported. Okay. Just that one is reported. Just that one is, yes. Okay.
So you actually use the wrist leash as well, just so you don't drop.
Otherwise I'll drop it. Then I'll leave it somewhere. Then I'll be in trouble.
So with 17 applicants, that's a really good turnout, isn't it?
No.
No?
Because we'll likely have 4 fail.
back in session. Mr. Barnhart, would you do the honors?
Mr. President, I move to recess.
We are recessed for today.
Thank you.